Aschers Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven. Die Bedingungen
chasing hard in Pro-Am. They are 20.5 points behind.
Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter
quality and quantity. So excited anytime before.
Go. Oh.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. My name's Luke, I'm one of your hosts. We've got Messe Brandt here as well.
Yes, hello everybody, good to see you. I was so astonished when the doors were opening and everybody rushed in. It's already such a good feeling over here. And before we would say anything else, we would like to introduce you to Marco Vogt, who is, well, let's say, the conductor of this fair, right? Good to have you here. Hello, Marco.
Hello, nice to have you all here. Hallo, schön, dass ihr da seid. Ich will auch nicht lange die Bühnen Beschlag nehmen. Ich freue mich, dass so zahlreiche Besucher schon jetzt da sind und ich hoffe, dass wir es schaffen, hier im Zentrum vom Ruhrgebiet, im Zentrum fast schon von Europa, in den nächsten 5 Jahren mindestens die neue Heimat für die Community der Simracer zu schaffen und dass wir viele Highlights sehen, dass alle sehr viel Spaß haben, dass die Aussteller, die ich auch sehr herzlich willkommen heißen möchte, viel Spaß und Freude dran haben und ja, mehr sage ich auch nicht, einfach viel Spaß.
Yes, that it is, I say. Over? You done? Or do we have questions? Actually, we do a little bit of an English-German thingy over here.
Well, either he's just said something incredible or we've just been all cancelled, because I have no idea what was happening right there. But I guess the first question is, why Dortmund? Why are we in Dortmund this week?
As I told in German, it's a center of Germany. The Ruhr area is getting, I think, from here 100 kilometers in each direction, you've got about 20 million people. So it's easy to come here. It's easy to land at the airport from Dortmund. You can fly, I think, for £40 from London to here on a day. So it's easy to reach and the infrastructure is great. The people, I'm from here, I'm living 30 kilometers from here. The people are very kind and open-minded and I think it's something that belongs to the sim racing community. It's also kind and open-minded for new technologies, for new ways to drive and live, and for the future. Even though, if we think about that, there are many discussions about the regular motorsports, that it's air pollution and not 2023, and this is green motorsport. So we are going forward, we're going future.
Yes. And growing as well, right? So many exhibitors over here. How was your personal feeling when you first went through the area and saw everything?
Yeah, I was astonished and I was impressed because of the power the exhibitors are putting in, how big the booths are and how big the new offers from them. That means that the ranges of the people are awesome. And yeah, I hope that it will be a fully powerful and nice happening for all.
Yeah, I think so too. You too?
I'm going to ask you, which one's your favourite exhibitor then? Here, the Fanatec has got a massive stage. We've got Ascher as well. We've got a massive stage. Which one's your favourite?
Well, that question is not fair because I'm also in at one of the exhibitors. So I think they are all great because they have their ideas, they live their dreams, and they put forward and outside what they think should be the next big thing. So everybody is the greatest.
What a polite and wonderful answer. I love that. I think we set you free then. Thank you for being here. And of course, as the managing director, saying thank you so much for making this possible. Marco
Thank you. And yeah, hopefully you guys rock this stage for the next 3 days. Thank you a lot.
Okay, thanks, mate. All the best.
Cheers. There you go, heard from the man himself. But what have we got this week or today? Let's talk about today. What is the schedule for today?
There's so much today. Actually, I wrote it down because I couldn't tell just freely. We start with coaching by Rennwelten later. So Rennwelten, everybody knows, brings together everybody who is interested in racing, and they will deliver some data analyzers for sim racers over here at the stage. Then we'll have Suellio Almeida, pro racing coach, right here, presenting his new book, and he also will have a signing session. Are you there? It's great. I love it a lot.
Yeah, no, that's going to be with me, actually.
You want me to tell more, right? It's going to be the ADAC SimSport Community Trophy 1, and then later the Community Trophy 2. And you can tell a little bit about that, right?
Yeah, we've got some racing action for you. That's the first of our 3 events this weekend. So we've got the Community Trophy, we have the Professional Trophy, and of course we have the GT 500, which has been happening for years, right? Over the course of the SimRacing Expo. But there are plenty of things to do. So if you're heading down to Dortmund or if you're in the area, come and get a ticket. There are plenty of exhibitors here. All of the latest sim racing equipment is on show. Stuff that isn't even released yet, hasn't been announced yet as well. There is plenty of exclusives to be had.
Yes. Have you seen something that you want already? Like for me, it's the Fanatec McLaren, of course. I would love to have that one.
The Sim Racing Shop Germany have got a little display which shows your fuel usage and shows when you need to change fuel, how much you're using each lap, and it estimates the best way of saving. I want one of those because I'm very, very good at running out of fuel in sim racing. As if I make it to the end of a stint, sometimes I crash.
Yeah, absolutely.
What have you seen?
Well, I've seen a lot, but mostly all of the cars, of course, first of all, because actually, usually I'm only on the streets, not on the racetrack, and so I'm super excited by all the crazy race cars over here, and I'm really, really looking forward to sit in one or two of them. So,
Well, you were here last year. It was your first real experience of sim
Yes.
racing, so Mats is more of a host of just general gaming, right?
Exactly.
So sim racing was your first taste of it. What have you noticed different from last year to this year?
Well, I'm not been too much into it yet, like too much into the certain booths, but for me it's more like that I got hooked by the first time, and when I came back it was immediately the same feeling. I wanted to sit in there, I wanted to try to make my best lap, even though I'm super afraid of messing it up and somebody seeing me messing it up. Because everybody here seems to be so good, such a good racer, such a good race girl, whatsoever. And when I try my very best right there in the seat, it's gonna be, I don't know, embarrassing for sure. And I'm afraid of that, I have to admit. But other hand, I'm super keen to do it.
100%. Well, there we go. We've got plenty of action coming your way this weekend and today. We're going to head off stage and have a little break before we get into the real action of some of our exhibitors on stage and some of the racing action.
Yes. We're actually waiting until the red light gets up, right?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to turn on.
form of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Und hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für den Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben, Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy, Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Und hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben, Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing and the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed. And we're off and racing. Good start by...
Gridfinder is the home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. The next segment is all about coaching from Rennwelten coaching themselves. And luckily, you don't have to listen to me talk about it. Can I welcome to the stage then David Mitchell?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm Dave from Rennwelten. I hope you're all doing well, enjoying all the lovely simulators, cars, and having fun. And I'm having the pleasure to do a bit of a coaching session, explain a bit what we do in a coaching session, what we at Rennwelten offer. It said live coaching. It's not live, unfortunately, because that would be a little bit tricky in terms of time. But we did a pre-recorded session. Friend of mine sat in my simulator. He has very little experience with driving. He did a lap, I did a reference lap, and so we did the coaching. So let's dive right into it. At Rennwelten, we offer 2 different types of coaching. One is Rennuni, which is sort of like university, it's coaching in a big group. We give track guides, we give setup guides. We learn from each other. And the other one is one-on-one coaching with our esports team. What we are doing, right now, what I will show you right now. Well, what do we need in a coaching? Typically, you write us in our Discord. You then get a reply. Then we need your setup, your replay, the exact conditions, and with that we'll do a reference lap. So we do exact same conditions, exact same setup, and the important part is we are not doing any setup tips, like maybe a little if the setup is really off, but mostly we are doing exact same setup. Why? Because we want to coach the driving and not so much like setup and stuff like that. So we really want to coach and focus on the driving. Then the coach does a reference lap, which I did, but I won't show you right now. What I'll show you next is the lap that we did. That was sort of the starting point for the coaching. And I'll explain a little. Maybe you guys see something that is off. I guess you should. And if it would be perfect, then we wouldn't need any coaching. So, let's look at the lap. So as we can see, we are having Ferrari at Nürburgring. Typically, we aim for 53 low to 52 mid. Oh, the FPS are a bit off, but I hope that's fine. So we can see turn 1, it was quite good. The car is not jumping around that much. Now here, obviously, we see a little bit of sliding, a little bit off the apex. Now here, very late into the turn, not really hooking up the apex. That turn was fine. Now comes an important part that we'll go in depth later, because if you look at that, little bit of sliding on the entry, but that's okay. Now here, hooking up the apex, looking good so far. But we'll look at that later with telemetry to see that turn actually was very far off, like 6 to 7 tenths, even though it didn't look like it. Here, again, a little bit off the apex, nothing too bad. Again, looking quite nice, actually. So it's like most of the time during coaching sessions, and that's the part where we use telemetry, in the replay, sometimes you can't really see where the time is lost. And I can spoiler that lap time is a 56.2. So we are around about 3 to 3.5 seconds off the pace. And I mean, we've seen some obvious mistakes here, but it's not really that it's like, it's super off and it looks super slow. Maybe also because of the warping. Now here, okay, we can see very, very big mistake. Car went sideways, and again, here we are going quite deep into the turn. So yeah, that was the lap, even though it was warping. I'm sorry for that. Probably messed up the FPS with that one. Okay, so now, once we've done that, we now would do a little bit of line analysis sort of what I did right now. We've seen sometimes it's a little bit off the line, not really hooking the apex, stuff like that. But the most important part really is to now go into the data to pinpoint where the driving issues are. Because typically in a coaching session, what you're aiming for is you want to pinpoint the issues that the driver is having. And that's very repetitive. So we're also not really looking track-specific errors. It's more like general patterns that you want to match, and which you can also learn from. Like you typically see in the telemetry certain patterns. And yeah, we'll look at a snapshot now of the telemetry. So what do we see? On the upper part, we see the variance of the lap. So the delta in comparison to my lap time. I did a 53.1, by the way. Didn't get the 52.5 together, sadly. Limited time, or talent, or both. So we see the variance, so we can see it's always going up a little and then it's going down again. That is true for most turns. And on the bottom part, we see the speed trace. The blue line is the lap that we just saw, and the white line is my reference lap. Now, when we look at that, what we can see is that the blue line always is a little bit behind. It's always a little bit, the bottom part, like the slowest part of the turn, always is a little bit later than it is for my lap. Also, the minimum speed, the minimum apex speed is a little bit slower, but that's not really the main issue that's causing the loss of the lap time. It really is the part where he's braking a little bit later and therefore can't accelerate as fast as I could in that lap. So, as I said, as I mentioned, we have one specific turn that we want to look at to really show the importance of telemetry in coaching and in general in driver analysis. We'll look at that specific turn or turn combination again. So as we can see, he's approaching the turn, little bit of sliding on the inside, hooking up the apex, maybe not going that far to the left as he could, but also he's on the inside. It looks like quite early on the throttle, right? So you would say, okay, maybe you lost a tenth there, maybe a tenth and a half, that would be fine. But that what we just saw, that straight, if we look at it here, you need to trust me on that, but the variance on that was 7/10. So he lost 7/10. And now we can look a bit like, why did that happen? So on the upper part, we again see the speed trace. Blue line is the lap we just saw, white is reference. And what do we see for the first part? For the first part, we see that he is braking quite a lot later than I do. It's round about 10 meters at that point. Meaning, of course, he has higher entry speed. And if we go back a little, if I can, to that one, that is the braking later and higher speed. Like he's faster for longer, obviously, because he's braking later. And that is those bumps that you see that are going up in the variance. Because, of course, when I'm braking and he's still accelerating, he'll be faster. But the tricky part now is that because he did that, on the second part of the turn, like the right-hand turn that we just saw, you can see that his minimum apex speed is quite a lot more behind than mine. So sadly, I don't have a laser pointer, it doesn't work. But if we look at this compared to this, you can see there's quite a big difference in terms of minimum speed and when everybody is hitting its minimum speed. So if we now look at the bottom, we can see a speed and brake trace, so throttle and brake. Again, the colored line is like, the white line is always the coaching lap. Makes it a bit easier. And we can see it, like the braking looks very similar on both. So I'm just braking a lot earlier, but it's basically the same. Those peaks that you see here, that is the downshift, because the car is blipping the throttle. And also the brake trace doesn't look too bad, right? It's like, okay, I'm trailing maybe a little bit earlier and a little bit more in the first phase of the kernel. For everybody, I guess we're at SimRacingExpo, everybody should know trail braking. For those of you who don't, I present you the magic of once you turn the car, you need to go a little bit off the brakes because the front tires can only produce that much grip. And Well, when you're at 100% braking, tires are busy with 100% braking. Now, when you start turning the wheel, you need to let go, the tires need to have some grip for doing the lateral part. And that's why you need to come off the brake. So whenever you're turning, typically you need to come off the brake, and that's what we call trail braking, which allows us to brake later, go deeper into the turn, and yeah, not having that much understeer. That's very roughly it. And we can see he's doing that, I'm doing that, it's very fine. But at the second part, he is now accelerating that much later. And again, it might not look that much. It's roughly about 10 meters. But those 10 meters and that little bit of not trail braking as quickly in the last phase of the braking produces 7/10 on that specific turn to that next straight. Because it's also a very important part. People tend to want to gain time on the brakes when they're racing. And because that feels like, I hit the brakes super late and now I'm going super fast into the turn, blah, blah, blah. That typically feels fast, but it isn't, because we spend most of the time on the accelerator. We spend most of the times on the straight. I mean, we can see it here, right? We have that little bit of braking, but it's mostly green line because we're at full throttle. So we want to maximize the amount that we are on full throttle rather than maximizing the last millimeter of perfect braking, whatever, and then ending up not coming on the accelerator as fast. So that was, a little bit of a showcase why we need telemetry. And now that we've seen that, we can, you've seen it. Or do you want to see it again? No? Nobody says anything. Okay. So, next part, we, if I go, if I go back, like now, when we look at the last part of the lap, obviously you can see very, very big variance. We've also seen that, that was really messed up. And again, on the throttle and, on the speed trace, we can see apex is a little bit later. The minimum speed is quite a lot slower. He also had a bit of an oversteer moment. And yeah, we identify a very big variance in that. So we dive into that. So here comes the turn, braking, turning in, losing the car a little bit. All right, exit was halfway fine, and then again, braking too late. So for the last turn, obviously you can see, and you can see it without telemetry, obviously, that was just way too deep into the turn, so way too late on the brakes. For the first part, we got that little bit of oversteer on the entry. Again, quite hard to spot with the replay why that happens. So we dive in again. Now I present you another fancy line, the steering angle, which also is very helpful. Usually you have all those things in Motec all at once, but on stage it's not possible, so I had to do the screenshot thing. So when we look at that, here, braking totally fine. We're both braking at the exact same time. And now on the lap we just saw, you can see that he is now starting to trail brake. Like if we look at the bottom, we are starting to steer a little bit. Also, we are quite fast. It's quite the fastest part of the track. We start to steer a little bit, and he's coming off the brakes, which a few moments ago I told you is the right thing to do. In this case, however, once we come off the brakes and we start to turn, the tires obviously have close to ideal grip. So the car will do the turning, but we are also still under heavy braking. So the car is pitching forward, meaning that we have more aero load on the front because we are doing GT3 cars, so obviously we are very aero sensitive. So we have high speeds, quite a lot of load on the front, and he is asking the tires to do that turning and is coming off the brakes. What is happening? The front is gripping up, the rear can't cope with it, and he's losing the car. So he has this counter-steering moment that we see right here. And that's why it's like there isn't that formula of how you go fast in every situation, because what I did here, I started turning, but I stayed full on the brakes. Why did I do that? I just want to induce some understeer in the front tires, because if I would come off, the rear wouldn't cope with it, so I have to induce some sort of understeer with that braking. So yeah, then obviously we see a little bit of an error, as we've seen. So he's losing a little bit on the exit, of course, because he had this oversteering moment. Also looking at the speed trace again, now his minimum speed is again a lot later and also a lot slower. Now for the second part, that's where it's get really confusing in terms of the lines. But what we see is my white line is going up. He is still full on power, no problem at all. Like it's, I guess, 17 meters or something, the difference between our braking points, which then obviously leads to, quite a late moment where you can go on the accelerator again. You can see that on the green line. Like he is a lot later on full throttle. I had this little moment where I had to lift a little, but it's fine. So yeah, and you also see like on the steering inputs, you can see that that turn was pretty messed up. So that is how we would go through every turn or most of the turns during a coaching. If you remember the variance graph, we had all those little peaks and then the graph is going down again. So we would go through that turn by turn. And then how do we conclude? What do we do? Typically we try to give feedback of what should be improved. And that on that lap or on that specific coaching, the main feedback would be too late on the brakes. So start to brake earlier, which is tricky, but it's those habits that those patterns that you need to break through to ultimately become faster. And mostly it's like everybody is going through the same patterns. So at some point in your sim racing career, you will have those things where, oh, I'm too late on the brakes. I'm too late on the brakes. I'm not trail braking. I'm overdriving the car. And you really need to break those habits. And that's why it's also very important to start it maybe, you can't start too early with coaching, I'd say. Because the guy who did the lap, he has like 40 hours of experience maybe in ACC. So for that, it was quite a decent lap. But it's good to break those habits quite early, because if you try to do it by yourself, obviously you can do it. Maybe it takes a lot more time, or you don't know what you're doing wrong, and then you're manifesting it in your brain, right? Your brain is then sort of hard-coded, hardwired to it to always drive that way, and then you're wondering why people around you are, I don't know, half a second faster maybe. And so that's why we, try to do with those coachings. Again, we at Rennwelten, we offer one-on-one coachings with our eSport team. You can just join our Discord, write a message, and then you'll get a coaching. We also do group coachings, track guides, setup guides, blah, blah, blah. So all this other stuff that's also very important. We do that, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Well, that was very, very good there. Have we got like a comparison lap for someone who's been coached now?
Yeah, I have the lap. I can show you. It's I guess 55.6. So we have 0.6 of an improvement in, I don't know, 20 laps after the coaching. So, and it's gone. Oh no.
Well, it would appear we don't have a comparison. There we go.
I would have, but now the presentation has ended. Oh well, then you have to believe me.
It's all good. No, it's very interesting there to hear about the coaching side of things. I certainly learned a few things there, so maybe I'm going to be a little bit faster.
Nice, yeah, hopefully.
I would have done like oh no, here we go. We do have a lap.
We have the lap.
Okay.
There we are. I hope. Yeah. So that's the improved lap. And we'll see a few improvements, like turn 1, a lot more on the outside on entry, so he can carry more speed early on the accelerator. Turn 2, we will also see hooking the apex more nicely. Turn 3, I can spoiler that was still too late on the brakes. But that's also a thing, right? It's like if you do coaching, and then you can't expect to just get back in the car and are like, oh nice, now I'm a second faster, because it takes time, right? It's like if you did something wrong for 300 hours of driving, it won't just magically disappear. You need to work on that. But yeah, It was a lot better, like a lot earlier on the accelerator here, even though the line looked pretty much the same, so a lot less time lost there. And that was after, I don't know, maybe 20 laps or something after the coaching. Again, we can see Apex hooked a lot more nicely. So, and if you're then working on it and repeating it, training yourself, and really be sort of senseful with your driving, like always think about what you're doing and not just simply drive, that can really help to improve what you're doing behind the wheel. Here a little bit off the apex, there's a bit of time left, and there as well, too much on the inside. So we could go through this on and on again, and yeah, find the lap time ultimately. So yeah, also here, a lot better through there, no oversteer, and still a little bit off the apex. Was a bit scared maybe about the rotation of the car there. But yeah, quite an improvement after a few laps, so it worked.
Very clearly, it's a smoother lap, right? Hitting the brakes a little bit earlier and just, taking your time with it. It looked like the first lap was very, very rushed.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And you're absolutely right about how hot it is here.
Oh, it's very warm.
Yeah,
it's very
hot.
warm. But thank you very much for your time, David. Hopefully you've all enjoyed that. Let's give David a nice round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done, mate.
Enjoy the SimExpo and come to Rennwelten.
So that is the end of this segment then. In about 40 minutes, we're going to have another segment with Suellio Almeida talking about his new book, the Motor Racing book. So make sure you're back here for 1 p.m. local time for that one.
Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter vielen Aspekten einfach sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim zu DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim zu DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km/h.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt er mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim zu DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben
er
viel mehr
hat viel
Schwung.
mehr Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Aschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport BRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die haben viel mehr
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport BRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023 for our first talk with a very special guest, the very handsome, very intelligent Suellio Almeida, also now author of the Motor Racing book. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Thank you so much. I'm great, man. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Hot. The lights here are very, very hot indeed, as you can probably tell. But Suellio, tell the people at home and the people watching here in Dortmund, who are you?
I am a sim racer. And I started getting very good at coaching just because I started doing it to pay my university. And then I was doing it more and more. And then I realized, wait, this can be my lifetime job, you know? So I started actually focusing on it. Ditched my master's degree in piano to focus 100% on it. And then I started realizing so many patterns when I was coaching. Over 2,000 sessions currently in around 3 years. So it's pretty much, yeah, it's been insane. It's pretty much my life. And I learned so much, so many patterns that I decided to just, you know, start writing things, putting names to these patterns, and ended up creating like an online course that did very well. And from the script of that online course, I was like, wait, like each of these lessons, they look like, they feel like a chapter. I'm gonna write a book on it. And then 1.5 years after, like pretty much 30 minutes to 1 hour writing every day, nonstop, disciplined, and then a long process of editing, formatting, and figuring out, sending it to real-life drivers, sending it to esports drivers. Hey, is this good? Can it be better? Like, what is missing? And the feedback was good. It was like, yeah, let's publish it. So it's been a long process, but it's just the beginning.
Well, talk us through it then. The motor racing book available on Amazon, of course. There's a few copies here that people can buy from you in Dortmund. But talk us through the book itself.
Yeah, so basically, you know, when you're driving in real life, the fundamentals are so difficult to apply because you're dealing with fear, you're dealing with so many variables. But in the simulator, you go through that, and then you get into a zone where the small details count. And this is where I get in. You know, like as soon as you get on the last second, some concepts and some habits that you built, they start to count. Like for every 100th of a second, like that you're missing, there's a very specific reason, subtle reason. So my mission was to, after reading a lot of books, I read Ross Bentley, I read Carol Smith, and a bunch of articles. I went through the entirety of the internet trying to learn these things. I was like, there are some things missing here. So I decided to fill the gap and, you know, like try to push the barriers a little bit on concepts about racing technique, especially because of so much experience that I have built coaching drivers that were beginning, but also drivers that were already on the top 0.1% in iRacing, and now we're competing top in the best teams in the planet. And I was able to help them. I was like, wait, if you think about this thing, it's going to help you. And they were like, yeah, it actually works. So this is a very, 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 very specific book where I contribute with a lot of concepts that I created. So I try to not go through a lot of stuff that is already available on the internet. But if you go through it, through my book, you're going to have like complementary concepts that are going to make sense. So basically a bunch of stuff like slip angle or the conception of weight transfer is so easy to get it wrong. It's so easy to get it wrong. But if you feel it the right way, then a lot of things that you learned before that didn't make sense start to make sense. So this is my contribution. It's like you start putting the pieces together and then clicking. So as soon as a student tells me, sends me a message on Discord, like, hey, I just had an aha moment and I got better. That's my mission accomplished right there. So this is what I do here. It's only about car handling. So it's literally about what you do with the car in terms of rotation. I do not talk about car setup. I do not talk about racecraft or fighting for position because I'm hyper-focused on how you can go faster, how you can understand the car, how you can understand yourself. There's a lot of self-improvement in terms of like tension, mental approach, in terms of what you do with your body, posture. There's a bunch of stuff that if you're not comfortable, you're not going to drive fast. So that's, yeah. And a lot of other things. This is a pretty big book. It's 310 pages, 130 images.
Which is good for me. I need pictures in a book for me to read.
No. Visualization is so important. So I wanted to make sure I was putting in images as much as possible to make sure that if it's only text, it's even for me, it's also difficult to understand. So I'm like, if you see me like coaching on YouTube or whatever, I'm always gesturing and trying to make a visual explanation. So on the book, the image is the way to go.
So who's the book for? That's probably the simplest question.
The book is for... So here's the thing about this book. The way I explain it is accessible to everyone. So if you're just starting 1 month, 2 month experience, you will understand it. You will not be able to apply everything right away, but you will understand it because it's accessible. I try to not use complicated terms. I try to make it ultra... accessible is the best word, actually. But depending on your stage, you're going to benefit in a different way. So if you're just starting, you're going to know where you're headed to in your technique, and you're going to prevent very bad habits. Like you're going to prevent them because you understand what is the goal. You're going to go straight to there. If you're very advanced, then you're going to either fix many bad habits that you took, or you're going to start putting words to things that you were doing by intuition. I'm going to tell you a story. Like this was 2 weeks ago. I was racing a radical in real life for the first time. And one of my teammates, he was flying. He was super fast. But when we were analyzing the lap times with the coach asked him, on this corner, on this frame, if you, like, flat out corner, 200 per hour, the coach asked him, if you turned the steering a tiny bit more, what would happen? And he answered, I had no idea. I have no idea what would happen. And when I saw that, I was like, that's insane. How are you going like 200 kph flat out in a corner, and you don't know, you can't explain what is going to happen if you add more steering? You know, I even was like, that's dangerous. So for me, it's like you have to be aware of what you're doing. You have to be on top of every fraction of a second on the corner to know what's going to happen and to have control, full control of the car. And if you just trust on intuition and you try to do everything like, how do you call it, by heart, then it might bite you after. But if you try to be fully aware of all the steps, then you become a much more consistent driver. You become a better driver for your team because you're able to give proper feedback. You're better. You're gonna understand the car setup changes that the team makes to you, and this goes for real life and simulator. So basically, the more you understand about your own technique, the more you're gonna understand about the car, and the more you're gonna be able to communicate these things to the team or whatever environment you are.
So you mentioned this book is all about handling. So to the consumer, what 3 major points of handling would you say this book addresses?
Okay, so making sure you understand what are the traction limits, both longitudinally and laterally. So basically, how effective is your braking on a fully straight line based, depending on many different changing factors, like how much downforce the car has, whether you're going uphill, downhill, crest compression, and also when you start turning in, what are the effects of the engine braking and so on. So the first thing is like understanding fully peak traction longitudinally, and then how efficiently can the car rotate and what is the best line so that you can use the 4 tires at every fraction of a second from the time you start braking all the way to the very late exit of the corner. How can you maximize and keep that? And there are many, many, many missing pieces that as soon as you put them together, everything makes sense. You know whether you're going to be you're going to be able to decide what line you're going to take. You're going to be able to know what gear you're going to take based on like how much engine braking you want, and then it gets technical, but basically everything makes sense. So I would say you master peak deceleration, you master peak rotation, and then you master everything in between from transitioning in between there. Those 3 things pretty much summarize what I'm going to be talking about in this book.
Well, that's the book. I obviously met you last year for the first time. We worked together a few times before that, and I'm very interested about your story. You know, real life racing, sim racing, coaching. So just tell the people at home a little bit about your story of how you got to this point.
Okay, so I already told you that I started my career in piano, and I went to Canada to do my master's degree in classical piano. So I was actually playing with orchestras, doing competitions. I have over 10 competitions prizes in Brazil and international. I was focused on like playing piano.
This is where it gets annoying for most people because you're just good at everything.
No.
Ridiculous.
I mean, there's a bridge. There's a deep connection between human technique and whatever art you do. Like if you're good at piano, you're gonna transfer a bunch of things, a bunch of like sensitivity, the way you connect with your body, the way you feel your muscles, and the way you understand, like the way you communicate with the racing car. That somehow I brought a little bit of that from piano. I think it's very connected. It's like speaking a language. When you learn the second one, like it's difficult, but then the third, fourth is easier because you start understanding the patterns. But anyways, I went to Canada to do my piano master's degree, and I started coaching to pay for the tuition, and then it exploded. Partially because of COVID, I had so many students. I was teaching sometimes 35 sessions a week. It was crazy. It was crazy. I was just like teaching. And then after I got better and better, and I saw that it became an actual solid business. And one winter day in Canada, I just had this brilliant idea of creating a checklist. Like, how can I create a list of things that if you go through them in a very practical way, you can become a better driver? Because I was always coaching one-to-one. I was like, what if I could create something that you can go through and then you can get better? So that's the idea of my online course that I created. And it exploded again. Like, it went so well that it allowed me to pay for my first season in real life. And that was all money from coaching, from courses, all from my pocket. And then I started racing. I got the best experience possible that I could in real life. And from there, I decided to, I was always documenting everything and creating content on Instagram, creating content on YouTube, initially to advertise my own coaching. But then I started realizing that I was becoming kind of like a persona on YouTube and like representing that a sim racer can go to real life. And I started doing that more and more. to the point where I, this year, started racing in Formula 4, got wins, got podiums, and now I tested at Radical, and next year I'm 99% sure I'm going to be racing a full season, so pretty much my racing career is starting to solidify, and now I see that there's a direction. I have a very clear plan for the next 5 years. There's a volume 1 here. There's going to be a volume 2. I'm hiring professional drivers and professional engineers to help me write the second volume that's going to be about racecraft and about car setup. And that's a plan for 2025, 2026 to have all 3 volumes published. In the meantime, I'm just going to continue to do that transition to real life, learn more, improve the books. And then this is a continuous circle where I'm just trying to give back to the community, because it's not about, at some point it was really not about me only. It was like, wait, I can represent this bubble that is growing a lot, and now it's an inspiration to a lot of people, and I love the recognition, and I love to be inspiring more people, more and more people, so I will continue to do so.
You briefly mentioned COVID. Obviously, sim racing just went bang, it exploded during COVID. No one could go out, they couldn't work, we were stuck at home just doing laps. Well, I certainly was. I call this now the post-COVID era, everything's sort of settled down. Have you noticed a decrease with the coaching, or has it just continually gone upwards?
It keeps growing. It keeps growing. I think Drive to Survive is one of the things that I noticed. Like, wow, there's so many people. I'm now coaching kids who got into motorsports because of Drive to Survive. And then 4 years later, they're competing seriously. So I see a whole influx, a new generation coming from many different sources. And I mean, content creation, YouTube, Instagram, I see a lot of people saying they started racing because they saw like a short on their feed. So I think, although COVID was a boom and then it kind of cooled down a little bit, there are still consequences of like things are just spreading like that. So I see it's not gonna stop. I think it's more people from the real life scene are taking sim racing seriously, both to train but also to identify and bring more talent and creating this bridge that is stronger than ever. So I think the way is up.
So you went from playing piano, then you got into a real world of racing, then sim racing, real world sim racing at the same time, and now a lot of coaching, writing books, of course. What motivates you each day to come up with these new ideas?
I think it's the fact that some of my ideas are creative and unique, and I think the way I explain this helped so many people, and no one has ever talked in that way to them. So I was like, wait, that's something that maybe I brought some crazy ideas from the piano. Actually, not maybe, 100% sure, like a bunch of these crazy ideas here come from piano. So because I have something to contribute that's kind of unique, I'm like, I'm not just gonna waste it, let's hyper focus on that, and that's gonna be my legacy. Hopefully in 20 years, 30 years, this is gonna be out there. I'm gonna for sure improve it. Ross Bentley wrote 11 books. This is my first, and I look up to him. It's like I wanna be someone like him. I wanna create this positive influence in the scene.
Perfect. Well, the last thing to really say is, where can they find you to buy the book this weekend, and where can they buy the book?
So
online?
I actually brought 100 of these. They're going to be available on the meet and greet area, which is right there, I guess. Yeah. And you can buy this book on Amazon. It's in paperback. It's in softcover, hardcover. It's in Kindle. You can also buy the PDF in my website, and I'm going to sign all these 100 books. So if you're here, check it out. It's the best work of my life, I promise.
Well, thank you very much for your time. If we can have a round of applause there for Suellio Almeida.
Thank you.
Hopefully you enjoyed that watching at home. We're going to be back in about 40 minutes where we have our first race of the weekend. The Community Trophy kicks off.
Macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen. Aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter vielen Aspekten einfach sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. Had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So. They just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site, and rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM, eine große Ehre überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es so ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing and the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and race. A good start by
Everybody, hello and welcome back again right here at the stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. It's so great to have you all here finally, because it was such a mess and lots of work to build all this, and having now the audience is such a nice feeling, and I'm really looking forward to spend a really nice weekend with all of you. And in terms of racing, it's going to be huge. Talking about hugeness, it is the greatest ADAC SimRacing Expo of all time. We have 17,000 square meters of exhibition space, over 50 exhibitors from 17 countries from all over the world, so I'm super excited. And yeah, and of course we have racing, and that's why I have two guys right beside me over here. This is Alex Goldschmidt and Nico Hillebrand. Good to have you here, guys.
Good to be back for 2023. Good afternoon, Dortmund!
Yes! Oh yeah, you can also applaud a bit.
That was a
if you
full
like.
start. Good afternoon, Dortmund! Welcome to the Expo.
Wow, okay.
Well, hopefully we can get you all participating with a bit of interaction. But yeah, great to be back for 2023.
Yes.
Big thank you to Marco and the team at Southwest Vision for making it, you know, the amount of updates since last year through the roof.
It's beautiful,
new
right?
companies from all across the world. But of course, yeah, the reason why we're here is the racing. And of course, Nico, who I've known for a few years, actually was the winner of our casting call-out for a community-based co-commentator.
Yes.
So Nico's going to be with me for the entirety of the weekend, but we have to talk about what's happening now because we've got our first of 3 days of competition.
Yes, we will do that soon. But Nico, first of all, we want to get to know you a little bit better, of course, like especially since you experience the fair now for the first time right here in Dortmund, as we all do. But you've not been to Nuremberg as well. So how is your impression overall?
It's definitely different to my former experience with the Nürburgring. It's a lot bigger, and honestly, as a person that just loves sim racing, that loves racing and everything about it, it's just such a great experience to see everything around us grow even more. And seeing all the new brands, seeing all the new markets involved now in sim racing, it's fantastic.
Yeah. Have you experienced a certain booth already, so that you can recommend something to the audience, maybe?
Oh, it's difficult because there's so much. There's so much to see. A lot of very nice cars as well, of course.
Yeah.
And a lot of very promising hardware too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. There are a lot of product launches as well, of course. And but as you were saying, we are heading into the races. On Sunday, it's going to be the famous GT500.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. Then the professional trophy tomorrow, and today it is I have to read it. Ascher Sim Sports Community Trophy #1 right now, right?
Yeah, we've basically, first of all, we have to give a shout out to Andre and the team at ADAC Sim Sports. If you haven't been over there, they've got the famed V8 LMP3 car. Also, they've stepped it up with the people that are actually helping. The people that are coming to visit the expo, they're all wearing race suit style costumes.
Yes, I love that.
Pretty good. But big thank you to Andre and the team at ADAC Sim Sports for being the title sponsor for the community trophy. We also have to say a big thank you to David Perel and the team at SimGrid, who are our competition technical partner and are helping to stream all the races. It's all about community. There are multiple different communities across the globe around all 6 continents, and this one was actually developed in mind through SimGrid. It's a rapid fire format, so it's 10 minutes qualifying, 20-minute flat out sprint. We've got 2 cars, so the GT3 one size fits all is not part and parcel. We've got race 1 coming up, which is the BMW M2 Cup car that is part of the same as what we see on the BMW M2 CS Cup that is part of the DTM support package.
Yeah, you have a lot of insights into that, right?
Yeah, I've worked with Project One Motorsport, who are organizing everything technical about it, and also helping out with organizing the series in general for the last 2 years. And it's just a fantastic car. It's got around 365 horsepower, very, very heavy. So a lot of people are saying unsavory things about it because, a bit of a bust. But it's the beginning of BMW's motorsport ladder, and I think it's a perfect entry because, it just keeps getting faster and faster for them.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. So maybe I might save a few words, and you as well, for the commentary, because this is what you do, and we're heading into the race right now, right?
We will do. We've got a couple of shout-outs, really. We have to say there was a bit of a build-up, the road to the SimRacing Expo, so there are 3 people who were the commentary team, because also SimGrid decided to reach out to the communities, get some commentators from their own leagues. Paul Jeffrey, who is here at the Expo, steered the ship, and also Mike Nowes and Christian Romano. Guys, you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for bringing a little bit of anticipation for the SimRacing Expo. But of course, we've got 10 communities, and it's the latest track that was updated on Assetto Corsa Competizione version 1.9, Valencia. And it's going to have its own set of challenges for the drivers over 2 races. But yeah, I think we are getting towards qualifying and also the 20-minute race. I can't wait to get started. What about you, Nico?
So looking forward to it. So yes, let's go.
Yeah, it's a really interesting track overall, and it's basically you can go every single corner side by side. That's why Ricardo Tormo and Valencia is such a great track. It's also the newest track we have this weekend, only opened in 1999, so it's built quite different compared to the Red Bull Ring that we're having on Sunday, and of course other track tomorrow, Silverstone Cult Classic on Saturday.
Yeah. Definitely. So, yes, what more can I say? Everybody, ADAC SimSports Community Trophy number 1. We are heading into race number 1 right now. Have fun, guys. Let's go.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the first day of competition, the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy, 20 minutes, and we do have a few drivers that are missing, but it is going to be a flat-out sprint race. No pit stops, and we look at the grid. And it's the current points leader, SOP Esports Racing Community number 1, with Peter Brett, who has been the tour de force in this championship. Top 3 were covered by, in terms of the standings, Nico, covered by 9 points. So the thing is, with 19 BMW M2 CS Cup cars on the grid. Valencia, known for MotoGP, also the Fanatec GT World Challenge, which hosted it earlier on this year. What are the first things that the drivers are thinking about with these pretty much production-based cars?
Well, there's not a lot of aerodynamics going on with this car. The rear wing you basically just adjust to have a little bit more force and a bit more stability when braking for corners. And of course, having a little bit more stability in general, because rear wing, rear downforce helps a little bit there. But having cars that are this close together in competition, in the real M2 Cup, we always have it basically a 3 or 4 way fight for the win.
Yeah.
And it's just incredible how close this entire series is, and that really is represented well in Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. And then having this track, as I said, with basically every corner being able to go side by side through, it's going to be incredibly close. We have an incredibly long front straight to Curva Spa, which is turn 1. And I'm really excited to see just how many cars we can get sideways through there and, well, side by side together.
Yeah, indeed. We've got an SOP Esports Racing front row. So, the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy gets into the penultimate phase. We've got the Porsche 992 Carrera Cup car, but it's Peter Brett and Simon Bauer on the front row, Daniel Punchitz and Joe Boyle on row 2. The rolling start builds the anticipation here, live at the Messe Dortmund in October of 2023. Good luck to all the 19 competitors that will be racing over this afternoon. As we're ready, green flag is in the air. They now make the long run down to the left-hand sweeper here at Curva Aspar on this 4-kilometre circuit. 14 turns in all. And Peter Brett takes the lead from Bauer. Wunschitz and Boyle side by side. A little bit of door banging between the pair. Peter Brett makes his way through into Curva Duen. Of course, Mick and Jack Duen. Oh, three-wide battle there with Patrick Beister is in the 113, around about 10th position. It's the battle where he's occupying at the moment, heading into the infield section. But Nico, as you said, these cars are a bit of a handful.
Absolutely. When you go on the power, they have a very strong tendency to oversteer. But despite all of that, SOP really made the most out of that start. They went from 1-2-4 to 1-2-3. And Brunschitz really will want to get in there and change that for his betterment again.
Yeah, Kieran Sharp, we ride on board with FRR Racing Team's John Betton. Placing 6th at the moment behind Kieran Sharp, who's representing the Sim Racing Collective, one of 10 communities that were selected by the Sim Grid, who then nominated their drivers. Of course, there have been some changes. We have got quite a few drivers, about 9 in total. Betton looking for the cut back on Sharp, uses a little bit of curb and then some, holds on to 6 at the moment. But then there's Laura Hill in the 216, representing Team 1 for Light Speed Racing, right on the back bumper of the number 2 car. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. Laura Hill looking up the inside, sticks the nose up through there. But then we also have Marco Keddy just behind in the number 1 car. That's for FRR Racing Team number 1. So look at the freight train behind John Betton from 6 backwards. Forget Jarno Trulli there, Nico.
Yeah, an absolute slipstream train. And of course, you're really trying to just get as close as possible. Maybe throw the guy off as well, because we have this very iconic BMW front, and who knows it best, as Germans on the motorway, you have that directly in your rearview mirrors, and instantly you're getting a little bit agitated, a little bit nervous, and it's of course always helps a little bit. Try to throw the other guys off of their game, get as close as possible. Oh, we had a little bit of a power slide there, and another bigger one there. This car, even in the tiniest things, this is still quite a bit of power, and even with traction control, it's very easy to put this thing sideways.
Yeah, a lot of power going through the rear axle of these production-based M2 Cup cars. Marco Keddy, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, 17 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Keddy rounding out the top 8, and then it is Cody Besselink and Andrew Pike rounding out the top 10. Carl Van Hoorn, Tom Bartels, Matas Saikasis, Victor Devos ran at the top 15, and then Ralph van der Meer behind the likes of Quinten van Vingarden, and then we've also got Pranav Kalevala rounding out the 18, the back end of the 18, but still Marco Keddy really trying to push the envelope as they will now come round to complete the second lap of this penultimate race of the Azatec Sim Sports Community Trophy. Oh, Andrew Pike had to back out of that move up the inside of Cody Besselink, coming out of the final corner. Cover Adrian Campos, of course, the late founder and owner of the Campos Racing team that has been very strong in Formula 2 and Formula 3 in years past, as well as other single-seater feeder categories. Peter Brett has got a lead over Simon Bauer of just north of a second, run wide there. Also track limits coming through Curva Aspar at turn 1 here, Nico. These drivers are really going to watch it, because as soon as you get 4 cut track notifications on ACC, that's a slam dunk drive through.
Yeah, absolutely. If you abuse it too harshly, it can be even less than that. And the problem is that you're coming with such high speed here, you're trying to use all of the track. And of course, you don't really have any downforce, as we can see here. A lot of slippery, a lot of sliding. Trying to look down the inside again, Andrew Pike, but not quite able to make it past there. But we have all these problems nowadays with these modern tracks. We have a lot of runoff. It gives a lot of confidence. With gravel traps right next to the track, you wouldn't try to push your envelope too much. But here you have a lot more of a comfort zone, so you're trying to get as much as possible. But then you slide a little bit over the line, and Andrew Pike finally got through.
Yeah. wondering if there might have possibly been a little bit of a mistake from Cody Besselink, who now drops to 10th place. But it's keeping on the back bumper of the number 57 representing the Sim Racing Collective, Andrew Pike. Of course, what also happened is that the drivers did not qualify for this event. Oh, Andrew Pike well off the circuit. All four wheels, I might add, and nearly got a bit of a tank slapper as a direct result of it, nearly giving the opportunity to retake 9th position for Cody Besselink as we are a quarter of a way through this 20-minute flat-out sprint race, and Patrick Beisters for DG Sim Racing trying to close on in on the number 13 of Carl Van Horn. That's the battle for 11th position. At the moment, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 44.010 by Peter Brett, the Flying Irishman at the front end of the field, and is leading by exactly 1.4 seconds. Patrick Beisters founds the runoff area coming off of turn number 1 and gets a real good run of speed, looks to send it through Curve Doohan on the inside as Victor Davos looks to go around the outside at the same point. Oh, careful, meeting the sandwich moment there. And now that's a send. Up the inside goes Side Cursis on Devos. That's the change for 14th position. So the number 33 from QRT Esports. Really good to see that this initiative was able to give a platform for these young up-and-coming and very hard-working community sim racers.
Yeah, absolutely. And without the community, like sim racing started as a community thing. It started with smaller leagues and then it started getting more and more professional, especially with COVID. And I'm just glad that we could bring some aspect of these smaller communities onto the big stage as well. And it's just really, really cool to see all of these guys also who are not able to come here still from their homes and being able to race for this.
Yeah, Victor Devos has got the number 20 of Sarkowski. It's up the inside of him again, so they're switching tooth and nail between 14th and 15th position. But Van Vingerden is closing in on them. Victor Devos goes high, wide and handsome towards the outside. Is he going to run all four wheels off track? No, he doesn't. Oh, that's the move of the day so far from Victor Devos. And then Vingerden's nearly going to make it 3 wide. Careful, he's going to look to launch it up the inside. Does so. Could there be a little bit of an incident? Not quite. They all give each other great racing room out of the final corner. And down this very long start-finish straight, where they're going to be pushing about over 140 miles an hour. That's 220 kph. And look at the run that Van Vingerden in the 455 is getting on Davos right now. So, a little bit of a nudge from behind. And they all three of them go wide. Well, that just goes to show that it doesn't matter what race you go in, folks. You're going to find that there's going to be battles up and down the order, and that is very much personified here. Vingerden runs wide through the infield section. Not exactly what you want to do coming out of Curve Doohan and going down into the dip, and then you've got this double left-hand complex to boot. Marco Keddy now closing in on Laura Hill. This is the battle for 7th position with 12 minutes on the timer remaining. 2-1-6 battling with the number 1. And Laura Hill takes the tighter inside line and gets the carry through. Shuts the door to Keddy. Pike isn't too far behind, about 1.7 seconds. But at the moment, Peter Brett, who I said earlier on, Nico, has been the tour de force in this competition so far, has now expanded his gap over Simon Bauer to 1.7 seconds. Joe Boyle has done a really good job in the 102 car. It's currently P3 ahead of Austria's Daniel Punschitz. Kieran Sharp rounds out the top 5, but this battle here is really getting hot and heated under the collar.
Absolutely, and once again we see just how close they're getting in the braking zone for the last corner. It's a really tricky one because you have to work against the ABS, obviously still slow the car down, but Cova Campos is just really, really not an easy corner to get right.
Yeah, battle for P3 really heating up. Punchit's closing in on Boyle. And you can see they're just using as much as the track within allowances, of course, into the next left-hander. You can see that Punchit's is closing in. That gap is about 3/10 between them. Looking at their previous lap times, Punchit's was actually about close to a 10th and a half slower on that previous tour. But in the braking, you always find that some people really do well getting the momentum carrying through corners. You also get it where other drivers seem to really be good on the anchors and get the car stopped, like we're seeing with Marco Keddy. You know, Laura Hill taking a tight, wider line. Keddy's right up a back bumper at the moment, going through into the next complex. Some drivers have really good car control, and others just go like, they just literally go hell for leather, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem here is that this is a car where you really want to carry momentum. You don't want to push the throttle too hard while you're still rotating. So we saw that quite a couple of times now. People going very, very, driving very, very tightly out of corners. And
Marco Keddy is wearing seat belts in the rig. Talk about full immersion. The final step from
He's
that would be
staying
safe. Staying safe. The good thing is, it just goes to show that people want to have the full immersion. The next step for Marco would be VR. We might have to give a nudge to our good friends at Vario who are here this weekend and say, why don't you sort of have a chat with him and see what you can do for him. And at the moment, SOP, thank you to Michael Hamlet for keeping us updated. SOP with a 1, 2, 3 at the moment will ensure that they win the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy. It finishes like this in about 9 minutes' time. However, the person that could spoil the party is in fourth, the 667, Daniel Brunschitz for JL Motorsport Old Timers. So it really just goes to show that everyone is really, it's great to see the amount of camaraderie and banter in the Discord, which you were definitely on the receiving end a little bit earlier on this week in the lead up to it. But Marco Keddy really closing in again on Laura Hill. This battle, I think, is going to go right to the end. I mean, Brunschitz isn't too far away still from John Boyle. Boyle's expanded that gap. Kieran Sharp has put in a personal best of a 1:44.815. But this, along with several of the battles up and down the field, really just goes to show the beauty of community sim racing at its finest.
Absolutely, and we can also see there's a very big difference that there's one thing to getting close, one thing to following close, and then a whole other thing actually getting past, despite this track actually encouraging passing. We saw how many people are actually sliding side by side through the upcoming corner, Jacoba Jumpy Herreros, over that huge inside curve and still keeping it on the track somehow. And again here, you can see how the car just lifts off on the inside.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Laura Hill nearly became Michael Knight all of a sudden with two wheels in the air on the approach. Like literally, you wallop the curbs, and if it has an adverse camber, and you have a little bit of a dip between the traditional tarmac surface and then the inner curbing, then there is going to be that damper rebound, that spring rebound rate. But still, they are, at the moment, folks, 0.3 of a second apart. John Boyle has pulled away from Daniel Brunschitz at the moment to the tune of about 0.6. Kieran Sharp, in the meantime, in the number 23 for the Sim Racing Collective.
Yeah, he closed right up.
He is closing up. He's within half a second. Oh, Marco Keddy is really putting the feelers out now on Laura Hill for 7th position. As we're coming down to 13 minutes elapsed. 7 to go. Again, different driving styles from the duo that are battling here. This is what I love about the fact that both drivers know that they've come into this competition. Okay, they're representing their respective communities, and Marco Keddy is trying to put on a show round the outside. Is going to be alongside. Is the number one going to make it through on Hill? Wide. It's going to be a left-hander coming up. Laura Hill might have the inside racing line, tight to the apex. Keddy goes wide, another left-hander coming up, and he's just nosing ahead of Laura Hill. And Laura Hill gets the traction out of the corner. Incredible composure from these two drivers. Marco Keddy is throwing the NFL playbook at Laura Hill, who goes sideways. Loses a bit of traction on the left-hand side of the rear axle. Does the 2.16. Marco Keddy could have been up there like a rat up a drain pipe.
Absolutely. I mean, technically speaking, Marco Keddy does have the tactical advantage here, you know. Going over all these curves, he's still not going to be shaking with his seatbelt.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Marco Keddy. And there's Laura Hill. And it's really good to see that through the Zoom call that the drivers are in, we actually see quite a lot of different setups. Folks, this is what you see from, as Marco Keddy runs very, very wide, coming out of turn 1 again, cover Aspar. The thing is that I still remember, if anyone might remember, everyone's favourite Iranian, Amir Hosseini, did an Emanuele Pirro, had a G29 Logitech, bolted to the desk with with a set of pedals. Oh, right, Marco Keddy got very, very close there. And, we've had our first drive-through of the day, and that is Carl Van Horn in the number 13 for the Sim Zone B crew. So we'll have to serve that penalty. Last quarter of the race still to go. And whilst this has all been going on, Andrew Pike in the number 57 Sim Racing Collective entry. There's Marco Keddy, looks to, and it was actually, so Carl Van Horn gets the drive-through penalty. Keddy gets through on Laura Hill to now take 7th after a lengthy battle, which was the better part of about half of the race itself. So Carl Van Horn gets a, so the drive-through for Carl Van Horn was for track limits, so 4 track cuts. I mentioned that earlier on, Nico, but Andrew Pike has really started to close on in. But here's the battle for 3rd. We go back to the battle for 7th, and Laura Hill up the inside of Andrew Pike. Into the next left-hander they go. And can she get the traction out? Andrew Pike runs wide coming out of the final corner. Gova Campos down this long start-finish straight where they will be at top speed. Going into the braking zone, Pike and Hill side by side for 8th position. Across the line to start lap number 10. Laura Pike will have the run up the inside of the number 57. She gets back through for 8th place. Really good timing, but it's a very, very lengthy back straight. You're going to see what the Porsche 992 Carrera Cup cars will do later on this afternoon, folks. Pike got completely sideways at that point there and then. Back end stepping out to the right-hand side. Too much aggression on the loud pedal on the right-hand side of the pedal set.
Yeah, the over and under, the old classic favorite switcheroo of every racing driver is not quite as easy here when you're struggling for traction every time when you touch the throttle pedal and aren't really at a faster speed yet. But what I gotta say is I absolutely love Laura Hill's sitting position. So a little known fact is she's friends with one of my teammates over at Honda, Nicolas Alvarado, who's always been getting shout-outs for his pretty much
Oh dear, fate of circumstance.
Does that qualify as commentator's curse?
Fate of circumstance, that's all I'm calling it. We were talking about it and it just happens.
Yeah.
It happens. Lewis McGlade will agree with me.
But yeah, he has the same sitting position as well, and always gets a shout out in the SRO Esports series in America. So just really, really funny seeing from the same group of people a similar seating position, almost like standing up.
Yeah, this battle between 3rd, 4th and 5th is covered by about just over a second as we're heading on to lap number 11 with 2 minutes and 22 to go on the timer. So 2 laps. There's Peter Brett. You know what they say, if you haven't been talking about the race, the leader much, he's been doing a pretty good job. Peter Brett, let's look at it from this perspective. SOP Esports Racing, 2 of their community teams. Right, okay. Race control have decided that an incident between cars number 15 and number 113, that was Cody Besselink and Patrick Bleisters on lap 10 racing incident. So once we get those notifications, they will be put up on the screen as well for everyone to see. But Joe Boyle, I don't think is out of the woods yet. We've got 1 minute and 40 to go. So we are on the penultimate lap of the penultimate race of the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy, live and direct from the ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2023. And Joe Boyle, Hunchix has closed back right on him. At the last interval there, Nico, it was half a second, gap now between them. And I just noticed that's John Betton in the background in the number 2 car. So this could be, with 1 minute and 10 on the timer, a real great battle for the final step on the virtual rostrum.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about triple battles in front of you, or just in general, like 1v1s as well in front of you. They're just focusing on each other. One is focusing on defending, the other one's focusing on attacking. They're losing each other time. Obviously, you're off focus when you constantly have to look in the rearview mirror as well.
Yeah.
And John Betton is just going to be sitting there like, yes, children, good. Keep distracting each other. I can just close up and steal all of your places.
Well, Peter Brett has just gone on to the last lap of the race, lap 12, as we've got 35 seconds on the timer here at the Circuit de la Comunidad Valenciana Ricardo Tormo. That's actually the full name. Named after two-time MotoGP world champion Ricardo Tormo, who passed away back in 1998. And here's a replay powered by ADAC SimSports. Now, this is earlier on. Now, this will be for the racing incident, side by side. 2 into 1 does not go, and the number 15 of Cody Besselink exits stage right.
Yeah, tried to correct the slide and just overcorrected a little bit. Lines cross over. It happens very easily.
Well, even when you turn into the skid itself, it doesn't always auto-correct it. It doesn't. It helps you, but the timing out has hit 0 here at Ricardo Tormo Circuit in Valencia. Opened back in September of 1999. There's Peter Brett, who is set to take the fifth overall win by an SOP Esports racing community team. Just calm and composed as the Irishman, as he makes his way down into the final sector, heading into Covachampi Herreros for what is the final time. And there he is on the right-hand side of the screen, folks. And this is where it's going to make all the difference, because now he heads into the cover Adrian Campos for the 12th and final time. And for the 4th time in the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy for the ADAC SimRacing Expo, it's Peter Brett that wins the race and takes the checkered. And what's more, it's an SOP Esports Racing 1, 2, 3 with Peter Brett, followed by Simon Bauer and Joe Boyle rounding out the top 3. Battle for 8th position. Coming down to the final corner, Laura Hill in the slipstream of Andrew Pike. Will it be a race to the checkered flag? Pike takes it by a whisker. Just over 1/10 of a second on that one.
And again, Bices as well.
Exactly, and we've got
and side by side now.
Yeah, this is a run to the line. This is pure Dominic Toretto, fast and furious. 41 thousandths at the checkered after 12 laps, and that just goes to show. But there is the penultimate race of the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy. You know what? That's a warm-up for this afternoon. We've got the Porsche 911 992 Carrera Cup car. That is going to be absolutely mental. 4-litre, flat 6, boxer engine, producing over 500 brake horsepower. And that's an even bigger handful this afternoon, Nico.
Oh, absolutely. Especially also the engine being on the other side of the car completely.
Yeah, but what a way to sort of kickstart. I mean, Peter Brett just sort of really got things done and got the business at hand. And you know what? I'm really excited for later on this afternoon. You know, sim racing is so strong in the community, and I just love the fact that we've had one race. There's still plenty more to come here for the SimRacing Expo. You know what? Yeah, I'm just being told by our broadcast team that we might be. I might end up doing an interview in just a second, so I'm just waiting for confirmation on that at the moment. But you know, your thoughts over that first race? We had some great battles, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I was really impressed with, other than that one incident, you know, for these big events, it's usually these people are going. They have also actually a post-race penalty on that note.
Yes, I'm just finding that out at the moment. Right, car 216 gets a 10-second time. Oh, Laura Hill gets a 10-second time penalty in the incident involving her and Andrew Pike for causing a collision. So that'll drop Laura down the order. So, yeah, that's going to be... Yeah, so I'm just waiting to... So I'm just... So effectively, it's going to be a case I'm going to be... you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to now, through the wonders of modern technology, let's have a chat with SOP Esports Racing Community Team Number 1 driver, Peter Brett. Are you there? Well, congratulations, first of all. It's pretty straightforward on that aspect, wasn't it? Now, of course, we've got the Porsches coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. How are you fancying your chances for that? Because let's put it into perspective. I think that's your 4th win in the Community Trophy, isn't it?
So hopefully.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. We'll see you in action a little bit later on. But final thoughts, really. An SOP Esports 1, 2, 3 with Simon and John following in pretty much what could be a pretty good photo if someone gets that on ACT a little bit later on. How does that feel for the SOP Esports community? Sorry, I don't know if you, yeah, Peter. At SOP Esports 1, 2, 3, how does that feel?
Sorry, I was struggling to hear you there.
That's okay.
And it is going through after the first 2 rounds, so we're happy with that.
Brilliant. Well, Peter, we'll let you get on. We'll see you in action for the final round later on in the Porsche Carrera Cups. Well done on the victory. See you later on. So, you know what? Luke, community racing. It's a staple of what this genre is all about. That was a pretty good race, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's fine. There we are.
Hey.
All good. Hey, there we go. You can hear me. Yeah, community is everything, right? The top end of esports is 0.0001%. Without communities below that level, the growth of drivers coming through, very similarly to how karting has worked out in the real world of motorsport for the course of time, now sim racing is being it's growing via the communities that are a little bit below the top level. So, yeah, very good question, Alex. And also, I want to say a massive congratulations to Peter Brett. Very good performance from him. But that is not the only race that we're going to have today. We indeed have the second race, which Alex just pointed out. We're going to be in the Cup car, the Porsche Cup car, for the second race. But before that, we will also have a panel with Matza. Matza will be back on here to discuss real racing and sim racing, the differences, the similarities, which is all good, which is in about 40 minutes. So go get yourself some drinks, go get yourself some snacks, and we'll be right back with you.
And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Scotty, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT, Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht da innen rein. Richtig, richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
haben viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight, I forgot to mention, a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dor Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy Sim Racing Black. Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars, because right now the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Hey everybody, welcome back on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023 right here in Dortmund. We have the next panel coming up. Let me tell you before, Community Trophy number 2 race is going to start at 4 p.m. So right now we have some time to get into another interesting topic. And the topic is called It's Racing No Matter Real or Sim. And we decided to conduct this panel in German, since we are all German right here on the stage. And we are in Dortmund. And most of the people in the audience and also in the stream are speaking and understanding German very well. So, jetzt geht's los, beziehungsweise geht's weiter auf Deutsch. Schön, dass ihr alle mit dabei seid. Herzlich willkommen, ADAC SimRacing Expo mit einem neuen Panel. Ich habe es gerade schon auf Englisch gesagt. Es ist Rennenfahren, egal ob Sim oder in real. Das wollen wir jetzt diskutieren und dafür habe ich 2 sehr interessante Gäste. Und ich würde sagen, am besten stellt ihr euch jeweils selber vor. Vielleicht, Fabian, startest du mal.
Ja, gerne. Hi zusammen, schön, dass ich hier sein kann und ich habe mich sehr über die Einladung gefreut. Mein Name ist Fabian Okon, ich bin einer von 2 Teamleitern bei Bildstein im Marketing und eben für die ganzen Endkunden Marketingaktionen zuständig. Und genau so reden wir gleich, glaube ich, über SimRacing und über echtes Racing. Ja.
Ja, genau, das ist mega spannend, denn du bist die eine Hälfte meiner Interviewpartner und bewegst dieses Thema oder gehst dieses Thema an von einer ganz besonderen Seite aus. Alle haben es wahrscheinlich gehört, Mischa Charodin, Jimmy Broadbent und Steve Alvarez-Brown bilden jetzt ein Team, das Bildstein-Team, operated by Black Falcon und mischen da die NLS auf und das nicht zu knapp. Herzlichen Glückwunsch übrigens noch zum Podium. Wer hätte das denn schon gedacht? Da sprechen wir gleich natürlich in Ruhe drüber. Und die zweite Hälfte meiner Interviewgäste ist der Aaron. Hallo, herzlich willkommen.
Hi, auch erstmal vielen Dank für die Einladung jetzt auf die Bühne. Mein Name ist Aaron Hermes und ich vertrete hier auf der Expo das Team ProSport Racing. Wir machen GT-Sport im Realen. Wir fahren auch gegen die Jungs auf der Nordschleife, zwar in einer anderen Klasse, aber durften uns auch wahrscheinlich schon öfter begegnen. Und ich vertrete jetzt heute das vor kurzem gegründete SimRacing-Team von uns hier auf der Expo.
Und da wird schon klar, das ist quasi der gegensätzliche Approach. So, ne? Ihr kommt aus dem echten Racing und geht ins SimRacing und ihr nehmt SimRacer und YouTuber und bringt sie auf die Straße. Okay, Fabi, jetzt erzählen wir erstmal ganz kurz. Ich habe im Grunde genommen, könnte ich eine ganz große Frage bauen, aber die Frage, die da drin steckt, ist eigentlich wie? Wie ist es denn dazu gekommen?
Ja, das ist wirklich die Frage, die irgendwie am meisten gestellt wird, weil es irgendwie so crazy wirkt. Und ich finde, so weit weg ist es halt irgendwie gar nicht. Wir haben halt bei Bildstein den Ansatz, dass wir über Experience, also über Erfahrung und dass man über unsere Produkte erleben muss, halt arbeitet. Und deswegen haben wir halt mit der Reihe gestartet, dass wir halt eben auch Influencer einladen, die darüber berichten sollen. Und so haben wir irgendwann 2019 Misha kennengelernt. Und mit dem war ich in den USA, der Kollege, der hier sitzt, war auch mit dabei. Und wir haben halt gemerkt, dass es irgendwie funktioniert mit YouTubern oder Influencern, auch wenn ich den Begriff nicht so mag, aber dass man halt ganz freundschaftlich mit denen arbeiten kann und dass die ja auch Content brauchen und man partnerschaftlich mit denen arbeiten kann. Und ja, dann haben wir mit Misha die ganze Zeit schon überlegt, was macht man, kann man mal Projekte machen, weil wir halt eben keine bezahlte Werbung haben wollten. Und dann kam Corona so ein bisschen dazwischen. Mein Chef und Misha haben auch immer viel miteinander gesprochen. Ja, und irgendwann haben wir weitere Erlebnisse gehabt und haben gefragt, ey Misha, kennst du vielleicht noch jemanden? Wir haben hier heute irgendwie GT3-Fahrten. Das war dann 2021. Und dann hat Misha gesagt, ja, in der Nähe ist irgendwie auch eine Art SimRacing-Expo. Ich habe da 2 Kumpels. Wenn ihr eine Fahrt habt, die haben auch irgendwie gute Reichweite, dann kommen die einfach rum. Und dann waren Jimmy und Steve einfach bei uns auf einem Track Day und konnten eine GT3-Fahrt haben. Und so haben wir uns alle kennengelernt. Und das war dann so, ja, von 2019 bis 2021 haben wir die Jungs halt kennengelernt.
Okay, da habe ich 2 Fragen zu, nämlich erstens, ich habe gehört, dass sozusagen die Grundidee quasi an der Bar oder in der Kneipe entstanden ist. Und zweitens, wie viele Leute haben daraufhin gesagt, das ist eine Schnapsidee im wahrsten Sinne?
Ich glaube tatsächlich, ich war der Lauteste, der gesagt hat, nein, lass uns das bitte nicht machen. Also tatsächlich. Und ja, mein Chef und Teamkollegen und Misha haben gesagt, nein, das ist super. Und ich bin dann der das dann ausbaden muss. Ne? Kann ich gleich auch mal erzählen, wie wir es dann geschafft haben, ein echtes Rennteam zu gründen. Das hat natürlich auch mit Versicherungen, mit Verträgen, mit Sicherheit zu tun, weil wir auch kein Risiko eingehen wollen. Ja, und es ist an der Bar entstanden, so wie du es schon gesagt hast. Ja. Und wir haben gesagt, okay, wir haben einen Traum. Vielleicht haben wir die Kontakte, um diesen Traum zu ermöglichen. Und es ist dann ja ein Win-Win. Die Jungs haben Reichweite, sind super sympathisch. Wie gesagt, wir kannten sie dann schon seit 2, 3, 4 Jahren. Und dann haben wir irgendwann gesagt, okay, das könnte funktionieren. Wir haben uns ein bisschen Zahlen angeguckt und haben irgendwann gesagt, okay, wir müssten aber irgendwie real bleiben, also so ein bisschen das Ganze nahbar halten. Und deswegen fahren wir jetzt auch einen 3er BMW mit rund 250, 260 PS. Ja. Und ja, dann haben wir gesagt, okay, das könnte funktionieren.
Ja, krass. Okay, jetzt stellt euch ein bisschen vor wie ein Buch. Ja, das war jetzt das erste Kapitel Team Bildstein. Und jetzt schauen wir uns mal das erste Kapitel bei Pro Racing an. Wie ist es denn bei euch gewesen? Also irgendwo muss ja der Punkt gewesen sein, dass ihr gesagt habt, alles klar, eine normale Rennstrecke ist ja schön und gut, aber SimRacing wird immer größer. Wollen wir das nicht auch machen? Wie kam das?
Ja, er hat es eben schon angesprochen, eigentlich über Corona wurde ja das Thema SimRacing immer präsenter und der Motorsport im echten, im realen wurde immer schwieriger und daraufhin haben wir gesagt, wir müssen da irgendwie einsteigen. Im Jahr 2020 haben wir das Ganze schon mal ins Rollen gebracht, da ist der Name entstanden für unser Team etc. Ja, aber wir sind ein verhältnismäßig kleines Team, wenn man das mit anderen vergleicht und da fehlte immer ein wenig die Kapazität, das wirklich mal nach vorne zu treiben. Und jetzt ist der Sascha vor ein paar Monaten auf mich zugekommen mit ein paar Fahrern und mit einem bestehenden Team, was es für uns natürlich deutlich einfacher macht, ein wenig das Ganze zu übernehmen. Aber wir haben damals schon, als der Tim Heinemann zum Beispiel Ende 2020 das erste Mal bei uns gefahren ist, war für uns klar, die Jungs, die aus dem SimRacing kommen, das sind größtenteils Ausnahmetalente. Ich mag immer gerne sagen, die haben sich noch nie wehgetan im echten Auto. Die bringen einfach Techniken mit, die du im echten Auto auf dem Level nicht so erlernen kannst und bringt halt einfach ganz viele Ausnahmetalente hervor. ProSport ist, denke ich, relativ bekannt für Talentförderung. Wir haben Max Hesse, Sheldon van der Linde, um nur ein paar wenige der Namen zu nennen, in den Motorsport gebracht und nach vorne gebracht und wir haben gesagt, das ist der moderne Weg. Jetzt haben wir zum Beispiel den Raphael Rennhofer, der bei Scherer Esports nach ganz oben gekommen ist im SimRacing, ist jetzt bei uns auf dem Auto. Und so möchten wir die jungen Talente auch eben fördern. Und man muss sagen, der SimRacing ist im Vergleich jetzt zum Kartsport echt eine kostengünstige kostengünstiger Weg, um überhaupt in den Motorsport zu kommen und das Feeling zu erlernen für ein Auto, das so schnell zu bewegen.
Das sind ja auch einfach unfassbar viele Praxisrunden, die man da dann sammeln kann im Vergleich zum echten Rennsport. Ne? Das geht ja praktisch gar nicht.
Ja, du kannst die Nordschleife so oft fahren, wie du willst. Es kostet dich nicht mehr, außer die 14 € iRacing im Monat oder wie viel das kostet, egal wie oft du das Auto kaputt fährst. Das kannst du im echten Leben natürlich nicht machen, aber du kennst halt zum Streckenlernen, Kurven extra lernen, Sektoren spezifisch fahren, ist das super. Du kannst auch Setarbeit machen. Du kriegst einfach für das Gesamte ein gutes Bild, allein schon über SimRacing, ja.
Okay, ich komme darauf gleich zurück, weil das ist natürlich auch interessant, die Frage, welches Feedback gibt es vom Sim-Team an das Real Racing-Team und so weiter und so fort. Aber du hast gerade spontan gezuckt, weil du auch einen Punkt dazu hattest, oder?
Ja, weil ich hätte es genauso sagen können. Ich meine, ich habe jetzt mit den Jungs immer bei jedem Rennen gesprochen und die sagen halt wirklich, okay, zu, weiß ich nicht, 70-75% war, glaube ich, Jimmys Aussage, trifft es wirklich die Strecke und diese Tausenden von Runden, die da gefahren sind. Wir würden niemals, man könnte normalerweise gar nicht sich irgendeinen Platz erkämpfen und dass wir dann von 10 Autos in der Klasse dann irgendwie Platz 4 und Platz 3 holen, das funktioniert nur, weil die halt wirklich relativ kostengünstig, so wie du es gesagt hast, das professionelle Autofahren so gelernt haben und das beweist es einfach und die Zeiten sind der Wahnsinn. Einfach, weil sie diese Praxis halt vorher so hatten. Ne?
Ja, das ist natürlich, jetzt sind wir an dem Punkt, wo auch schon die ersten Erfolge sogar da sind. Es gab aber ja auch Momente, beziehungsweise, sagen wir mal, Strecken auf dieser Reise, wo es schwierig war, sicherlich auch für die Jungs. Wie haben die sich als Team zusammengefunden, aber auch wie haben die sich im Auto zurechtgefunden?
Ja, also erstmal haben wir halt einen sehr, sehr coolen Partner mit Black Falcon, die Customer Racing betreiben. Also ich kann da einfach hingehen und sagen, ey, ich hab ein bisschen Kleingeld, Motorsport ist trotzdem nicht günstig, auch wenn wir es versuchen vom Sim auch jetzt kostengünstig zu halten. Und deswegen die Autos sind super qualitativ gebaut und die Sicherheit ist halt wirklich ein Aspekt. Und dann haben wir halt den Wagen aufgebaut und getestet, wie fahren die Jungs. Erst auf dem Flugplatz, haben uns das Setup angeguckt, quasi total sichere Zone, man kann auslaufen, man kann sich verbremsen und dann wurden die Jungs da immer schneller und dann mussten wir halt erste Tests fahren und dadurch, dass die Jungs auch noch, die hatten schon beide Lizenzen, mussten noch ein paar Runden am Nürburgring drehen, um die Permit zu bekommen. Misha hatte das dann schon, weil er ja noch ein bisschen mehr aus der echten Welt gekommen ist. Ja. Und es ist eine total krasse Erfahrung für die gewesen, dass auf einmal 140 Autos auf der Strecke sind. Und das ist auch wohl laut Jimmy und Steve die größte Challenge gewesen, dass jetzt halt echte 140 Autos auf der Strecke sind und quasi Verkehr herrscht und ja auch schnellere. Ne? Ich meine, wir fahren jetzt in der Klasse mit 260 PS, es fahren auch GT3s andauernd an dir vorbei. Ja. Und deswegen haben die für die, weiß ich nicht, 20, 30 Runden, die sie da gefahren sind, sehr, sehr schnell Erfolge gehabt. Das war in den ersten Runden waren die Zeiten noch anders und auch kleine Kratzer und so haben wir mal gehabt, ja.
Ja, natürlich, das gehört mit dazu. Das ist ein interessanter Punkt, dieses vom Sim oder vom Simrig auf die Strecke zu kommen. Viele Fahrer sagen irgendwie so, take everything and add fear of death. So, ja, Todesangst dazu packen, dann bist du eigentlich so beim richtigen Rennen. Würdest du das so unterschreiben und wäre es umgekehrt genauso? Also wenn du von der richtigen Strecke kommst und in den Simrig gehst, ist dann plötzlich alles einfach, weil du genau du kannst dir nicht mehr wehtun, nicht mehr hast?
Also andersrum, wenn du gesagt hast, das Field of Death dazu, das habe ich jetzt eben genau gegenteilig kennengelernt, wenn ich jetzt daran zurückdenke, wie Tim Heinemann damals bei uns ins Auto gestiegen ist oder der Leon Ärger, der vorher eigentlich nur Simulator gefahren ist, am Ring in das Auto gestiegen ist. Da hast du das Gefühl, die Jungs hatten gar keine Angst. Die säßen wirklich im Simulator, die haben da in Lücken reingezogen, außenrum im Regen, in dem Advan-Bogen gegengehalten. Da dachte ich wirklich, das macht nicht jemand, der trotzdem vielleicht vorher Kart gefahren ist oder sowas. Ich glaube aber für viele, wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel an meinen Vater denke, der gar nichts mit dem Sim-Racing zu tun hat, wenn der sich bei mir zu Hause in mein Sim-Rig setzt und der ist damals selber viel Rennen gefahren, das dauert 2 Kurven und dann steht das Auto schon komplett in der Wand. Genau. Also vielen, ich glaube, die nur aus dem Motorsport sich in den Sim setzen und jetzt nicht viel mit PC oder Spielen oder Ähnliches zu tun haben, denen fällt, glaube ich, der Umstieg sogar deutlich schwerer.
ich nehme jetzt mal an, das liegt daran, dass so ein paar Sinneseindrücke ja verloren gehen. Du hast ja nicht mehr dieses, ich beschreibe das immer als Arschgefühl, auch wenn ich jetzt auf der Bühne Arsch gesagt habe, aber das, was du halt einfach in deinem Rumpf spürst an Kräften, die da wirken im Sitz, oder? Die hast du ja halt nicht mehr so.
Ja, was halt am meisten fehlt, ist einfach das Gefühl für die Geschwindigkeit, wenn du jetzt auf eine Kurve anbremst, ob du wirklich merkst, dass du jetzt langsam genug wirst. Du schaltest einen Gang runter, dann merkst du im Auto, eigentlich richtig die Motorbremse, dass die noch dazu hilft. Du merkst, wenn du das Bremspedal dosierst, dass du dich auch im Sitz mehr bewegst. Das fehlt in dem Sim natürlich ein bisschen. Das wird probiert durch fantastische Motion Rigs teilweise ein bisschen nachzustellen. Das funktioniert auch mittlerweile, aber die G-Kräfte schaffst du einfach nicht. Ja. Und das fehlt, ja.
Ich habe im Umkehrschluss Mischa zum Beispiel in irgendeinem Video sagen hören, dass ihm das Coaching, was ihr hattet, mit der Info, Alter, brems härter, einfach richtig was gebracht hat, weil er einfach zu, sagen wir mal, schwammig oder zu weich gebremst hat.
Ja, das hatten alle drei haben das wirklich gesagt. Also ich war am Ende des Coachings dabei und habe so gesagt, jo, wie war's? Und die haben gesagt, okay, der Profifahrer hat uns gesagt, wir müssen, die Bremse hält viel mehr Kraft aus. Er hat irgendwie gesagt, okay, ihr könnt locker 50% mehr bremsen und vorher könnt ihr halt auch viel schneller in die Kurve reinfahren natürlich. Ja. Und das hat alleine dieser Tipp hat uns 10 Sekunden gebracht bei allen dreien. Also krass. Ich glaube, im Sim-Racing war vielleicht dieses flowige Fahren auch irgendwie anders da und jetzt ist wirklich auch so ein bisschen Härte. In die Kurve sich trauen, dann richtig langsam werden und dann aus der Kurve wieder schnell raus, muss man sich halt auch trauen. Ne?
Was gehört denn noch so zu den Erfahrungen, die Jungs gemacht haben, wenn sie dann irgendwie so ins Auto gestiegen sind?
Der größte Punkt, das ist so die Überschrift Commitment gewesen, das ist so dieses sich wirklich trauen, auf der Linie zu bleiben und auch zu ignorieren, wie jetzt der Verkehr herrscht. Sich trauen, auch mal in eine Lücke zu gehen oder auch mal zu überholen und sich auch zu trauen, wirklich das Auto komplett zu benutzen. Also sowohl die Bremse als auch die Lenkung und diese Extreme sich zu trauen. Also vielleicht passt das mit dem Punkt, den du gesagt hast, die physikalischen Limits haben die Jungs halt noch nicht so erlebt. Und ich glaube, das gilt es, diese Mechanik, wie viel kann der Reifen übertragen im echten Leben, das gilt es halt zu lernen. Ne?
Absolut. Plant ihr auch entsprechende Coaches mit dazu zu nehmen oder nutzt ihr die Synergien, die sozusagen das Real Racing Team hat, um das Sim Racing Team weiter nach vorne zu bringen?
Also du meinst jetzt Coaching für Sim Racing speziell?
Ja, genau.
Also der Sascha es gibt diverse Coaches, die wir benutzt haben, aber das ist dann meistens Fahrer individuell, wenn die sagen, sie bräuchten nochmal ein Coaching, möchten für eine bestimmte Strecke nochmal was haben. Aber wir haben jetzt von uns keine Coaches, die jetzt für die Sim Racer da sind. Okay. Was man übernehmen kann, was ich auch sehr, sehr cool finde. Ich bin selber oder studiere noch Fahrzeugtechnik und probiere immer die iRacing-Telemetrie auch auf Sachen anzuwenden, die wir im echten Ingenieurswesen bei uns im Rennteam machen und vergleiche das Ganze. Und wenn man da im Setup was einstellt und sowas, das finde ich halt wahnsinnig, dass sich das wirklich genauso widerspiegelt wie im echten Auto in der Telemetrie. Ja.
Dass also eine richtige Vorhersage schon möglich ist sozusagen. Ja. Aber macht ihr so Austauschtreffen zwischen den Sim-Racern und den Real-Racern sozusagen?
Bei uns, das Team ist jetzt noch relativ jung, dass der Kontakt noch nicht so da war. Wir planen jetzt für die DNLS, also für die NLS auf der Nordschleife die Serie, dass jetzt die ersten Pro-Fahrer von uns da auch dran teilnehmen. Der Hugo Sasse, der bei uns das GT4 Germany Auto mit der Nummer 1 fährt, der kann daran teilnehmen. Der Marek Böckmann eventuell, der fährt im Moment auch bei uns in der NLS und da denke ich, werden dann die ersten Austausche etc. schon stattfinden. Ja.
Ja, also da wird es dann aus meiner Sicht natürlich oder beziehungsweise aus der Sim-Sicht dann nochmal extra spannend, weil wenn ich es richtig verstehe, alle die hier sind, die da den Adrenalin aus Augen, Mund und Nase läuft, so, wenn sie da in so einem Sim-Rig sitzen, die haben natürlich irgendwie, oder viele davon haben natürlich den Traum, wie könnte das gehen, ohne dass ich Millionär bin, irgendwie mal Rennfahrer oder Rennfahrerin zu werden. Glaubt ihr, dass diese beiden Teile des gleichen Sports da mehr zusammenwachsen?
Ich hoffe.
Ja. Ich glaube auch, weil es wirklich eine Simulation ist, die so nah daran kommt und ich es ja gerade schon gesagt habe, die Leistung jetzt speziell bei den dreien, wo ich es halt weiß, ist halt so gut, weil sie es vorher so gut im Simulator gelernt haben. Und ich glaube, dass das Sim-Racing halt nochmal einen ganz anderen Pool an Skill reinbringt, also an neuen Leuten, die potenziell Motorsport fahren können.
Was sagt ihr denn zu den sagen wir mal, Möglichkeiten, auch eine größere Masse zu erreichen über SimRacing, sodass auch der Motorsport wieder davon profitieren könnte. Weil ich meine, wenn man jetzt Jimmy Broadbent guckt, der hat über 1 Million Follower oder Steve genauso und Mischa ja auch. Das heißt, es ist eine Menge Power, die da plötzlich reinkommt, einfach was so die Audience angeht.
Ja, ich glaube, das sind halt genau die Synergien ja auch, warum wir das als Firma cool finden. Und die Zahlen belegen das jetzt schon so ein bisschen. Wir fangen gerade damit an und das hilft eigentlich allen. Das hilft die ganzen Marken und Firmen, die auf der Nordschleife sind im Motorsport, werden mehr gesehen. Der Livestream hat so und so viel mehr Views, wirklich relevant. Und das passiert, weil diese Reichweite neu dazu gewonnen wird. Also Motorsport ist auch irgendwo ein bisschen nischig und kriegt jetzt eine zweite große Nische dazu. Also die Synergien sind total voneinander da.
Es funktioniert ja in beide Richtungen. Egal, ob jetzt der Jimmy in Motorsport kommt und bringt der NLS Zuschauer, Livestreams Zuschauer und andersrum, wenn Max Verstappen ein iRacing-Event fährt oder sowas, funktioniert ja genauso. Also ein Fahrer aus der echten Welt ist natürlich jetzt ein Extrembeispiel, Max Verstappen, aber es bringt natürlich riesen Zuschauerschaften auch andersrum, ja.
Ja, genau. Nee, aber sehe ich genauso und ich glaube halt, da können wirklich viele oder beide Welten gegenseitig von partizipieren. Ich hatte gerade eine Frage, die ist mir, als du Max Verstappen gesagt hast, komplett abhandengekommen, aber sie ist sofort wieder da und zwar, deine 3 Jungs oder eure 3 Jungs streamen ja quasi am laufenden Band, beziehungsweise verfolgen diese gesamte Reise, die sie da machen, die ihr da gemeinsam macht, immer weiter mit entsprechenden Videos und halten sich selfie-artig die Kamera vors Gesicht und erzählen und da steigt einer aus dem Auto aus und der nächste kommt zum Jubeln. Man ist live quasi mit dabei bei allen Gefühlen, auch wie sie sich beim Team entschuldigen, wenn sie die Karre mal wieder irgendwie weggejagt haben und etc. pp. Also das heißt, du hast wirklich einen Einblick, den du normalerweise nicht hast. Deswegen Frage an dich vielleicht zuerst. Ist das was du dir fürs echte Racing auch vorstellen könntest, dass das sozusagen auch noch mehr in so eine Online-Welt reinwachsen könnte, weil Menschen da Interesse dran haben?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ich denke, man kann diesen Fahrerpool etc., alles was mit Motorsport zu tun hat, sei es die Teams, die Organisation, speziell für Mitarbeiter, also für Ingenieure, Mechaniker, was auch immer, müsste man viel mehr ausweiten, dass es digital das besser verfügbar ist. Aber jetzt habe ich den Punkt vergessen, den ich noch dazu sagen wollte.
Kein Problem. Lass dir Zeit, dann würde ich es einfach erstmal nochmal zu dir geben und sagen, genau, deine Jungs streamen halt wie die Wahnsinnigen. Siehst du die Zukunft in so einer Mischung aus Streaming und Racing?
Also ich glaube wirklich, dass diese Bereiche voneinander profitieren und dass es hilft, weil mehr oder weniger die Mechanik ist ja schon seit Jahren von anderen Bereichen. Wir haben alle Instagram, wir gucken alle Instagram und das ist ja das Besondere, dass wir die Leute quasi in ihren Alltag beobachten. Wie sitzen die irgendwie, keine Ahnung, normal im Flieger und wie ist vielleicht auch mal eine Reise anstrengend oder wie auch immer. Und genau das ist ja das Coole. Also die ganze Story und diese Person dahinter zu sehen und ich glaube, das hilft auch anderen Bereichen und deswegen finden wir halt auch cool, dann die NLS mitzumachen, weil das Besondere ist ja, dass halt eben da sowieso schon alle in die Box können und gucken können. Und ich glaube, wenn die Teams noch mehr bereit dazu wären, das zu übertragen, dann hat das auf jeden Fall einen positiven Effekt.
Inwiefern ist das denn so eine Frage auch des, sagen wir mal, Renngeheimnisses oder so? Als Team versuchst du natürlich auch deine Improvements oder deine Entwicklungen so ein bisschen vor den anderen zu verbergen, oder?
Die Entwicklung als privates Team findet nicht viel Entwicklung am Auto statt, sondern einfach das Diskutieren über Setup, das Verbessern am Auto, was man verbessern kann, das findet hinter den Kulissen statt, zwischen Fahrer und Ingenieur, präzise, das wird nicht nach außen getragen, aber prinzipiell, wie er sagt, NLS oder sowas, die Zuschauer, die noch wirklich in die Box können und wenn das dann auch noch anständig über einen Livestream alles dargestellt wird, das hilft dem Motorsport schon extrem, wenn man beides hat, ja.
Ja, das glaube ich auch. Also ich stelle es mir auf jeden Fall sehr, sehr gut vor. Was könnt ihr denn, oder was glaubt ihr denn? Ich habe gerade so einen ganz wilden Gedanken gehabt, nämlich, also wenn ich es jetzt so richtig hart formuliere, ist Kartfahren tot, so, weil SimRacing einfach die Nachwuchsarbeit übernimmt? Das ist ketzerisch, ich weiß.
Nein, Kartfahren, wir haben nicht viel mit Kartfahren zu tun. Ja. Das ist noch eine Stufe vom Alter her zu tief für uns, können wir nicht anbieten. Aber es ist nicht tot, es ist nur, ehrlich gesagt, zu teuer.
Okay, ja. Aber das wird dann künftig wahrscheinlich zu einem Problem werden. Tendenziell macht es ja immer noch wahnsinnig Spaß und wird auch viele Leute dahin locken, aber so ein Simrig holst du dir leichter nach Hause.
Hier kommt, ja, wie gesagt, das Simracing wieder ins Spiel. Einfach Leute, man muss mittlerweile nicht mehr im Kart gesessen haben, um es wirklich in den Motorsport zu schaffen. Da es dann auch, um seine ersten Erfahrungen zu sammeln, eben auf einem V-Auto in der NLS kostengünstig und auch Erfahrungswert bringt.
Ja. Okay, schauen wir ein bisschen von hier aus in die Zukunft. Ich würde mich natürlich sehr interessieren, was also ist schon klar, die 24 Stunden sind angepeilt, aber in welche Richtung soll das gehen und was malt ihr euch aus? Oder vielleicht auch, was habt ihr euch am Anfang ausgemalt und wie sieht es jetzt aus?
Also ich glaube, das, was wir uns als Ziel gesetzt haben, zumindest bis zum jetzigen Zeitpunkt, hat tatsächlich ganz gut funktioniert. Wir wollten ein nahbares Rennteam gründen. Ich glaube, auch die Jungs sind total am Boden geblieben. Es funktioniert, also wir wollen nachhaltig zeigen und wollen ernst genommen werden als Team und auch die 3 Jungs, dass es professionelles Rennen ist. Also wir wollen, ich will nicht böse zum Simracing reden, auf gar keinen Fall, aber das Ziel ist auf jeden Fall, dass die 3 als richtige Rennfahrer dargestellt werden und irgendwann der Kommentator nicht mehr sagt, unsere Influencer, sondern dass es halt wirklich eine echte Konkurrenz ist. Und das gilt es halt auch erstmal nachhaltig zu beweisen. Und das Ziel nächstes Jahr in der Klasse, das 24-Stunden-Rennen zu gewinnen, ist auf jeden Fall ein großes. Und weiterhin die ganze Reise dahin zu begleiten, können wir, glaube ich, noch ein bisschen feiner machen, noch ein bisschen mehr, vielleicht auch mal Niederschläge zeigen. Ich glaube, wir können noch ein bisschen mehr Fan-Treffen einbauen. Ich glaube, nächstes Jahr wird ein spannendes Jahr, weil wir ja jetzt das letzte Drittel der Saison mitgemacht haben. Und ich glaube, so ganz frisch im Frühjahr reinstarten, 24-Stunden-Rennen, die Jungs treffen, wir können coole Aktionen mit denen machen, vielleicht auch mal irgendwie Taxifahrten machen. Ich glaube, wir haben da auf jeden Fall noch Potenzial und dann, wenn das Coaching weiterläuft, die Zeiten gut sind, kann man wirklich damit auch beweisen, dass wir vielleicht auch in höheren Klassen fahren können. Also man kann da wirklich, wenn wir Leistung bringen, können wir da noch weiter träumen.
Okay, cool. Also das heißt, das muss nicht unbedingt Ende sein beim 24-Stunden-Rennen. Das war dann nur ein Experiment, sondern das kann auch weitergehen. Finde ich sehr, sehr sympathisch. Es schließt sich noch eine Frage an, weil du gerade eine Sache gesagt hast, nämlich wir wollen da ernst genommen werden. Inwiefern war das denn am Anfang nicht so? Gab es dieses, da kommen die Influencer, also komm schon, macht mal Platz?
Ja, also wir haben das schon von Anfang an als mögliche Herausforderung gesehen. Weil wir ja noch keine Belege haben. Und das ist halt wie in jeder neuen Szene, wie wenn ich jetzt in einen neuen Freundeskreis komme, dann muss ich erstmal gucken, oder dann wird man erstmal abgecheckt, wie man denn so drauf ist. Und das ist da, glaube ich, sehr ähnlich, weil dieser Kreis an Leuten dann doch halt eine total enge Szene ist. Und ich glaube, wir hören da als Team viel feiner hin, wenn der Kommentator sagt Influencer. Und unser Ziel ist schon, dass irgendwann unbewusst gesagt wird, ja, das Rennteam. Und das ist deswegen, glaube ich, kein Problem, aber auf jeden Fall wo wir noch ein bisschen nachschärfen wollen.
Ja, cool. Wie ist es aus deiner Sicht?
Unsere Ziele, oder?
Ja.
Also unser Ziel ist erstmal nächste Woche in Hockenheim, Mission Titelverteidigung.
Yes. Wir wollen nichts jinxen, aber es sieht schon echt ganz gut aus.
Ja, sieht schon gut aus. Hugo Sasse und Mike Ochtmann auf der 1 wollen den Titel vom letzten Jahr in der GT4 Germany auf jeden Fall wiederholen. Haben einen komfortablen Vorsprung in der Meisterschaft, aber wie du sagst, wollen jetzt nicht zu viel versprechen. Ebenso das zweite Auto, was jetzt auch hier bei uns auf der Messe steht, hoffen wir ein gutes Ergebnis zeigen zu können. Und dann ist die Saison erstmal für uns prinzipiell abgeschlossen. Und was für nächstes Jahr ansteht, geht jetzt so langsam in die Planung, aber definitiv ist großes Ziel für nächstes Jahr beim 24-Stunden-Rennen ziemlich weit vorne zu sein mit dem GT3, ja.
Yes, hervorragend. Da drücke ich mal fest die Daumen. Wie ist denn die, sagen wir mal, Zukunftsplanung, was das SimRacing-Team angeht, beziehungsweise auch noch angeschlossen die Frage, inwiefern versucht ihr auch, wenn die Zeiten stimmen, Nachwuchs daraus zu rekrutieren und dann ins echte Racing-Team zu bringen?
Da sind wir schon mehr oder weniger dabei. Wir haben viele junge Fahrer im Team, auch schon junge Fahrer, die viel im Kartsport unterwegs sind und mit denen wir auch erste Gespräche geführt haben über potenzielles Fahren bei uns. Natürlich sind die Jungs so jung, dass sie noch gar nicht fahren dürfen. Die sind halt unter 16, was auf dem GT4 nicht erlaubt ist in den Sprintserien. Aber Ziel ist auf jeden Fall, das Team erstmal, wir müssen uns noch ein bisschen eingrenzen, wo wir hinwollen, welche Größe, welche Serien wir fahren wollen und was unser Ziel genau ist. Wir wollen aber definitiv bei dem familiären Standpunkt bleiben und das weiterhin mit Spaß betreiben auf jeden Fall, aber gleichzeitig ein gewisses Engagement und Professionalität dahin bringen. Wir haben jetzt schon die erste Meisterschaft in unserem Namen gewonnen, die ADAC DSRC Endurance, in der SP10 haben wir gewonnen und mit dem GT3 konnten wir auch einen guten 4. Platz in der Meisterschaft einfahren. Also es geht auf jeden Fall alles in die richtige Richtung. Ja.
Das klingt auf jeden Fall fantastisch. Fingers crossed for that. Also alles Gute auf eurem weiteren Weg. Du kannst ja vielleicht für alle, die hier sind, nochmal sagen, wo genau finden wir euch?
Ja, wir sind zu finden bei dem leider zweiten Aston Martin hier auf der Messe. Ich dachte, wir hätten ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal, aber wir sind grau. Der andere ist weiß. Hier auf der rechten Seite, man sieht unsere große Beach Flag Nummer 19, Pro Sport Racing, Pro Sport Sim Racing. Ihr könnt euch gerne, wer will, auch mal in das Auto reinsetzen. Ich erkläre euch auch gerne was dazu. Kommt gerne vorbei.
Traumhaft. Also das finde ich immer das Tollste an dieser Messe im Allgemeinen, dass einfach jeder überall alles ausprobieren und mitmachen kann. Insofern seid ihr alle natürlich eingeladen und ihr an den Screens bzw. im Stream auch. Ja, morgen und übermorgen sind wir natürlich noch hier. Samstag und Sonntag legen wir quasi noch einen drauf. Es wird sicherlich eine richtig geile Party. Auch die Rennen werden natürlich immer spannender. Gibt es noch was, Fabi, was du uns noch mitteilen musst zum Team Bilstein oder haben wir weitestgehend alles besprochen oder ist da noch was so zwickt?
Ich glaube, wir haben alles gesagt. Also ich fand es cool, dass ich mal die Geschichte hier von unserer Seite erzählen konnte. Eben, dass wir die Jungs ganz normal kennengelernt haben und es aus Sympathie und aus einem gemeinsamen Traum heraus gemacht haben. Und ja, ich bin gespannt. Jetzt haben wir unsere Ziele genannt. Ob wir die denn dann auch so halten können, das könnt ihr jetzt alle live mitgucken.
Ich drücke einfach mal fest die Daumen. Mischa, Jimmy und Steve sind auf jeden Fall für euch im Sitz und wir werden sie weiter verfolgen, gerne auf YouTube selbstverständlich oder auf den anderen Kanälen. Vielen Dank, Aaron.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank, Fabi, dass ihr da wart. Dankeschön, dass ihr da wart und mit zugehört habt. Thanks to everybody in the stream. Vielen Dank. Um 16 Uhr starten wir das nächste Rennen in der Community Trophy. So 4 p.m. we're going to start the next race in the Community Trophy and we see us then.
Aschers Leben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW. Ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
60 Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die
und
hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Mustangs over there.
Oh, it was all Mustangs.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. Had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today. And I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing and the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. The ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
home of sim racing leagues. Our management tools allow you to recruit drivers and monitor their ratings and live splits. Find this and more at gridfinder.com. Sign up for free today.
Oschersleben ist parat. 3,6 Kilometer, 14 Kurven, die Bedingungen nahezu perfekt.
Das ist meine erste Saison in der DTM. Eine große Ehre, überhaupt dabei sein zu dürfen. Ja, gegen all die hochkarätigen Vollprofis hier mitzufahren als ja, irgendwie noch Normalo, weil ich immer noch meinen Fulltime-Job habe bei KW, ist ja echt mega und irgendwie unbeschreiblich. Es fühlt sich an wie im Film.
Los geht's, früher, schneller Start, außenrum Heinemann, hat Position gut gemacht, reiht sich da als Vierter ein, Rad an Rad mit Ricardo Feller. Heinemann macht weiter Druck auf Aitken, drückt sich jetzt in daneben, ein auf die Bande. Die Felge von Aitken lässt da mächtig den Alu wegspänen, aber Heinemann rammt sich so ein bisschen vorbei auf die 4. Position. Hier ist mächtig zerstört die Heckpartie von Tim Heinemann, der den Porsche aber mal richtig ausquetscht. Aber wenn du am Ende Zweiter bist, wird keiner irgendwas dagegen haben. Heinemann on a mission.
Wir konnten uns da gut nach vorne kämpfen auf Platz 2 und ich glaube, das ist unter ja, vielen Aspekten einfach ja, sehr, sehr gut gelaufen.
Genauso ziehen wir den Hut vor Tim Heinemann für Talksport WRT Platz 2 beim Debüt vom Sim to DTM.
Der Start der Saison hätte mit Sicherheit nicht besser losgehen können. Ne? Fürs Debüt in der DTM für einen Tim, ich denke mal, viele hatten ihn nicht so auf dem Plan.
Diese Story vom Sim to DTM, die wollen wir erzählen, eben nicht nur wegen mir, sondern auch, weil es ein bisschen die Unternehmensgeschichte der KW Automotive widerspiegelt. Und ich bin super stolz, KW hier repräsentieren zu dürfen.
Minuten DTM-Rennen in Oschersleben. Lauf 2 der Saison 2023. Los geht's, die Reise. Heinemann versucht's da innen rein. Richtig gut gemacht. Was kann Heinemann aus der Nummer machen? Thomas Breining.
60 km.
Oh, das dauert lange. Jetzt kommt Engelhardt.
Aber die hat viel mehr Schwung.
Dampf und übernimmt die Führung. Auch Heinemann geht noch vorbei an Thomas Breining.
Auf Platz 2 für Talksport WRT, Tim Heinemann.
Mega, ich glaube, anders kann man es nicht beschreiben. Gestern P2, heute P2, Tabellenführung. Ja, hätte ich mir vor dem Rennwochenende vor der Saison nicht erträumen können, dass es so gut läuft. Die Messlatte liegt jetzt hoch, aber ja, ich gehe das Ganze von Rennen zu Rennen an. Die Saison ist sehr lang und bin erstmal einfach nur glücklich über den Erfolg.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2022 here in Nürnberg.
Things over there.
Oh, it was all Mustang.
And I thought that was very surprising to see. When there are 5 cars to choose from and everyone just goes for the Mustang.
When there's prizes on the line, they will pick the fastest car. It is as simple as that.
Anything can happen. I mean, round Bathurst, the leader of the race, lost it towards the end of the lap. You know, had a technical issue, and that's the thing. I'd also like to just highlight. I forgot to mention a couple of the teams yesterday had power issues in their rigs as well. So, you know, they just got to hope and pray that none of that happens today, and I'm hoping for an amazing 6-hour race. Johnny, would you mind having a quick word with us? Oh, we caught him.
Oh, we caught him mid-bite. Dort Esports Blue, who have gone in the Boatley of all cars. Then it's Geeks Energy SimRacing Black. Geeks Energy SimRacing and the number 53. Absolute Motorsport are also on site. And rounding out the grid, 32 cars. Because right now, the final round goes green. We're underway. the ADAC Digital GT 500 now build speed, and we're off and racing. Good start by
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2023. We've had all of our segments today, bar one. We have the final race of the Community Trophy. P1 and P2 all sorted out. Symphony of Pistons and Sim Racing Collective have taken the top 2 spots, but there is still third up for grabs, and look how close it is. We have JL Motorsport on 244 points. 1 point behind them, it is FRL Racing Team, and then on 229 points, it's QRT Esports. To take you through the final race, I hand you over to Alex and Nico.
Thank you very much, Luke. And now we go to the conclusion of the first day of competition. Live and direct from the Dortmund Messe here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo for 2023. Nico, 18 Porsche 992 Carrera Cup cars. People might think that it was tame in the first race. They're going to unleash the horses for this second 20-minute race to decide effectively P3, because I've just noticed JL Motorsport have got Austria's Daniel Brunschitz on pole position. Alongside him, Simon Bauer from Symphony of Pistons. Peter Brett starts all the way down on the inside of row number 3. And have to give credit, Laura Hill was running late for her college lesson and has made it in before qualifying. And look at that prominent beard. You see some people with some really, really cool facial hair, and Daniel Brunschitz has just literally brought his beard A game to this competition, hasn't he?
Absolutely, but more importantly, as we mentioned, for third place, it's a battle between 3 teams, but I have to say, for FRL Racing Team, it really seems like it's going to be an uphill battle, because I think only one of their drivers is present in the race right now. Meanwhile, JL, as you mentioned, on pole position, and all 3 drivers right there.
Okay, a short rolling start will commence at this just over 4 kilometre circuit, 14 turns in length. And it's the very long run down to Curva Aspar, the first of 14 corners around this 4 kilometre circuit. Daniel Brunschitz on pole for JL Motorsport Old Time. Simon Bauer alongside on the front row, with Kieran Sharp, John Betton, Peter Brett, Marco Keddy, John Boyle, Andrew Pike, Laura Hill and Carl Van Horn rounding out the top 10. Green flag waves right now, and Daniel Brunschitz tries to get the march on. Simon Bauer heading into turn 1. It's 3-4 abreast at the mid part of the field. Marco Keddy going round the outside of Peter Brett, has to slot in behind, has got John Boyle looking to the inside into Doohan. Nothing going on there, but look at the battle side by side for third position. Oh, bit of a wiggle there for Sharp and Betton going through that corner, and they are fanning out at the bottom part of the top 6. But Brunschitz got the start he needed, leads from Bauer, Keddy up the inside. And that will be for 5th place on Peter Brett, going through into the first timed sector being ended on this opening lap. And Marco Keddy loses a bit of run and momentum, might have got a bit late on the power. Brett right up the rear, exhaust pipes out the rear diffuser. Looks to cut across over to the outside. Slots back in behind, Boyle to the inside as well. And well, Pike and Hill battling again. Van Vingerden from the Sim Racing Collective really having to fight a little bit of a battle. Big sideways moment for the 455. He was lucky he didn't get collected.
He almost had it as well. He almost kept the slide going. But unfortunately, you get into the marbles, the tires basically just get completely useless, and yeah, around the car goes.
Yep, but at least he held the brakes. Marco Keddy starting to close in on Kieran Sharp as Tom Bartels. Oh, we've got another spinner. That is the number 19. And then the sister VGTR Esports car also has a bit of a tank slapper. Well,
that was synchronized spinning. That was ballet.
Synchronized tank slappers right there going out of that corner. But at least the main thing was no harm to the cars, no foul. And Peter Brett looking to try and close this championship off in style. Big thank you to Andre and the team at ADAC SimSports. Marco Keddy has got ahead of steam and is closing on 4th place. Now he's still got 17 3/4 minutes to go as Marco Keddy. Look how close he is going into the next left-hander. But Nico, these cars are a different animal. You know, the thing is, we know with rear-engined, rear-wheel drive cars, and there's the reappearance of Marco Keddy in his wonderful seatbelt arrangement that he's got on his rig. It really just goes to show that you go from a production-based car to a car that is a thoroughbred.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, honestly, earlier he was wearing that seatbelt for the bumps, but now I just wear that to feel safe, because these cars have over 140 horsepower, more power, no traction control, so all these power slides we see here is just the raw power on these fat slicks on the back, just getting straight put onto the road. They do have ABS, as I've been told by Moritz Löhner.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think it's common knowledge by now for the motorsport enthusiasts among us. The Porsche Carrera Cup is the hardest, just overall, brand competition from, you know, where all the guys have the same car in the world.
Yeah, very much the case. Andrew Pike there in the number 57. Very nice sort of matte paint job with the gold accents on the number 57. Laura Hill rounding out the top 9. And Carl Van Hoorn, who picked up that track limit drive-through penalty in race 1. This is the third and final round of the ADAC SimSports Community Trophy. 16 minutes to go on the timer. Lucius has got a lead over Simon Bauer to the tune of nearly 1.1 seconds. John Betton, who started in 4th, now is in 3rd, ahead of Kieran Sharp, who started in P3 after qualifying. Peter Brett started 5th, now 6th, behind Marco Keddy. I did notice that Peter Brett had a couple of moments earlier on in the race and has now started to gather things back up. He's about 5.5 tenths of a second behind the number 1 of FRL Racing Team. Of course, these communities, 10 of the most prominent on SimGrid. As I said earlier, I think by nominating the drivers to represent the communities was a little bit of a masterstroke for SimGrid, because normally you see for like a community event, it is a case that sometimes people qualify, but people were asked, look, do you want to represent us? And okay, some of the drivers haven't made it to this final round. Okay, completely understand it is a Friday. Some people do have, you know, full-time jobs, also colleges or universities to go to. But for the amount of passion these drivers are showing, and also the clean racing that we saw in race 1, we've had a couple of dramas in the first 5 minutes of this race. But the standard of driving has been nothing short of exemplary, especially in this final round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just telling, you know, with even with the replay going on here, I wonder what happened here.
Okay, that is the number 20.
Ah.
Oh
VGTR. They don't want to keep their car straight today.
At least Keresis was definitely not, was trying to go for the Travis Pastrana Nitro circuit, the Nitro RX Joker lap on that one. Right. Oh, change for 4th place, as Kieran Sharp has just lost out to Marco Keddy from FRL. Getting into one of the more technical, complex parts of this circuit. Also has hosted the World Touring Car Championship race of Spain between 2005 and 2012. DTM ventured here between 2010 and 2012, along with the Valencian Community MotoGP since the circuit opened back in 1999. Riding on board with the number 23 of Kieran Sharp from the Sim Racing Collective. And this is the sound that I love. You hear from inside the cockpit. You hear that absolute whine through the rev range of this flat 6 naturally aspirated boxer engine. You know, and there's not a lot of companies that took a chance on a boxer engine. Of course, Porsche being one of them, Subaru being another, especially with a WRX. But the noise that this car makes is just glorious.
It's also completely, you know, just a completely different kind of sound, because they have this insanely high revving flat 6, which is just a completely unique sound. They've been building these since literally the 60s. They started back then with 2 liters. Since then, the engine has gotten twice as big, and the sound has just gotten more and more prominent.
Yes, indeed. Just coming up to under 13 minutes to go. Peter Brett within half a second of Kieran Sharp. Marco Kelly looking to close in on John Betton for that third place. 6/10 is the gap between the pair. And what's more, they are FRL Racing Team stablemates. But it's doing the business here for the JL Motorsport community in the Old Timers 667 Porsche 992. Also, one of the lovely things is I like the fact that the 992 is in use in a lot of Carrera Cup championships, of course, Carrera Cup Deutschland, Benelux, and of course the Mobil 1 Super Cup. Also, Robert de Haan, most notably one of the young drivers in this class. You know, Kian Jewis over in Porsche Carrera Cup GB, which is part of the TOCA support package for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. You know, it's a great looking car, and that's what I love about the fact that with Porsche there has been a change. Now, was that I think that might have been strategic.
Kieran Sharp again with a big tank slapper.
Nico needs the defibrillator on standby, folks. Because Peter Brett nearly gave him a heart attack right then. Gets past on Kieran Sharp. Kelly now ahead of Bet on that. I think that might be strategic because of the fact of how close it is. Because JL Motorsport, looking at it from this perspective, folks, are third. But you look at how... Now, where is... we've got Remco Ottens, who's all the way down in 10th position. So this could be... That might have been strategic because that puts FRL third and fourth and will more than likely spring them ahead of JL Motorsport. So Remco Ottens has got about 11 minutes to go. Oh, right. Yellow flag just went out and has just been retracted. So someone might have had a little bit of a whoopsie. That means possibly a code brown. But you know what? I mean, again, we are just seeing where drivers are able, under the same equipment, you know, as I said, the GT3 one size fits all doesn't really help in some leagues, whereas you put something together like this where you've got, Cody Besselink just made a bit of a muck up of that one, and that means that Carl Van Hoon, who's just going up the inside? That's the number 19, that's Tom Bartels, and, well, Cody Besselink's just dropped a clanger again, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem here is you don't have traction control. When you have one of these power slides, the rear tires heat up immensely.
Yeah.
And in this track where you have basically, because these hairpins are quite wide in radius, so basically any corner is at least medium speed almost. And so you never really cool the tires down.
No, you overheat them to the point of absurdity, and then you wonder why your lap times are 2-3 seconds off the pace and falling off the proverbial cliff. Patrick Beisters for DC SimRacing in the 113, closing on Van Vingerden. That's going to be for 12th place, is it? And that's the move for the 113 to get through for 12th position. Nice little exchange there. Van Vingerden, I don't think fought it that much. Knew that Beisters was closing in at a rapid rate of knots and thought, you know what, I'm going to run my own race. And that's the good thing about communities here, Nico, because communities look at... Patrick Beisters...
Quick counter.
I was going to say he slowed down a bit there. I'm not too sure if he lost a little bit of momentum on that front.
Just lost a little bit of time, slightly slid into the marbles, and again, you know, no traction control, so it's really, really difficult to keep this beast of a car properly there, you know?
Yeah, we're going to have a look at a replay here now. That was a little bit of grass cutting there.
Oh no!
Oh dearie me, that was not cricket, I'm afraid. So that is more than likely going to be investigated. So that will have been possibly Bartels involved in that, in the number 19. But still, this battle for P12 raging on. 8 minutes and 20 still to go. Daniel Brunschitz leading the way ahead of Simon Bauer by 1.6 seconds. Marco Keddy in the FRL entry. That's the number 1 car. Followed by John Betton. Laura Andrew Pike and Laura Hill resume their battle in race 2 with 8 minutes on the timer remaining. So she was very, very late on the brakes there.
I mean, going to class, you know, she instantly recharged back her racing meter.
Hey, at least it doesn't have any energy recovery on these Porsches, to be honest with you. Oh, dearie me. Now we get a cockpit view from Laura Hill, just mullering the curves on the left-hand side. And that goes to show how hard now, straight away, because of having, there's no traction control, but you have ABS on these cars, you could see that Laura had, I think, hit the pedal a little bit too early, so the rear tyres were spalling up, and straight away it just goes to show how quick you have to have cat-like reflexes to control the car, get it back pointing in the right direction, and especially when you're thinking that, am I going to lose one of my 9 lives? Peter Brett now closing in on John Betton, so I don't think Peter Brett's out for the running for P3 to cap off what's been a pretty good Azatec SimSports Community Trophy for the Irishman from SOP Esports. I mean, he's closing in on Betton like a bad habit right now, but with 6 minutes and 40 to go, I think there's more than enough time. Oh, right, okay, there is a 5-second penalty coming in. That will be, and that's Patrick Beisters. So we will await from race control. Okay, right. Incident between cars 113, that's Patrick Beisters, and number 15, Cody Besseling. Beisters gets a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That was what we saw on the replay.
Yeah.
And we just had the yellow flags out again. I think that was pretty much a slam dunk. You know, Beisters went for the move, and Besseling just got literally smacked as a result of the velocity that the 113 was going in at.
Just a little bit unfortunate, but it's racing, it happens, and you know, you mess up and you get a penalty for it. That's all I can really say to that.
Yeah, but Peter Brett not hanging around, and he is within striking distance. He's about a car length behind John Betton. Actually, he's nearly bumper to bumper going through Doohan. So we're on lap number 10, through into the next section, which leads them into the double left-hander. So both Keddy and Betton have to watch themselves with coming up to 5 minutes and 20. We've got another replay powered by Azatec SimSports here. This is the number 20. Oh, well, that was just too much throttle out of the corner a bit too early.
One guy rejoining, the next one also going for a quick spin. Yeah, the corner's claiming a lot of depth today, Curva Doohan.
Yeah, it's not the easiest left-hand hairpin to get through. But with 5 minutes to go, Ringschutz leads the way ahead of Bauer, Keddy, Betton, Brett, Sharp, Boyle, Pike, Hill, and Remco Ottens rounding out the top 10. So Peter Brett is losing a little bit of an advantage at the moment. Coming to another Azatec SimSports replay, and that's the 123.
Oh, that was what we saw just rejoining.
Dearie me. Oh, well, completely. Well, the back end was cooperating, then it didn't, and then the car just tracked right, and Kalevala ending up nose first into the barriers. But, I mean, this is quite interesting, because even though Peter Brett has managed to close in, I'm seeing that Kieran Sharp might be starting to close that gap on the 100 from SOP, and then Boyle isn't too far behind either, but there's still 4 minutes. I mean, anything can happen in Nico.
Speaking of anything can happen, Zidakerskis got a drive for penalty. I think that might be for track limits again.
Yeah.
And yeah, especially with these cars, you know, they obviously have more downforce in the M2, but it's visible how much faster they are. They weigh almost 400 kilos less, and it's just a sight to behold how these things are getting pushed around the circuit. And obviously, mechanical grip and aerodynamic grip can only take you so far. If you enter the corner a bit too quickly, at some point physics will just go, what do you think you're doing, actually?
Yeah, that's true, because there's only so much adhesion for contact patches, aka the 4 tyres, on the cars. I mean, Ringschutz nearly had a moment of his own just a second ago. A little bit too much power coming out of the corner, and as I said, you know, the drive shaft will put the power down through the tyres, and then all of a sudden over rotation then leads in the car spinning a little bit. But we're coming down to the final 3 minutes. We're on lap number 11 as Peter Brett has really got the fire in the belly. Right now he's on the back button, the back bumper of John Betton going down the start-finish straight. They are going to be pushing probably the best part of nearly 250 kilometres an hour plus. Now, what is Brett going to do here? Gets closer, looks for the inside line, mounts the curves, and now he's got the run going up to Doohan. He's pulling to the outside, might get the crisscross here. And he's getting a bit tighter on the apex.
Betton blocks the apex on the inside very well there, though. There was good defensive driving.
Yeah, he literally just kept it on the racing line, which is his right of way. But Peter Brett, you could see, there wasn't a sign of desperation. There was just a sign of urgency. And there's a little bit of a difference on that. You know, desperation is where someone's just going to throw everything at somebody else. That was the case. It was measured, controlled aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good effort, but not quite there the execution, because Betton just really kept it on the road well. Kept the throttle control perfectly. Didn't get any power slides or anything that could incapacitate him, so to say.
Yeah, coming down to the last minute and 45 seconds of the 2023 ADAC SimRacing Expo AZTEC SimSports Community Trophy. Oh, and Kalevala has done it again, spinning around, coming out of the final corner. But Blyces and Van Wingerden are still battling away over that 12th position. But if Blyces still passes the 4.55, well, we'll be demoted back behind. And we'll probably end up about 0.3 of a second with that 5-second post-race penalty. But Daniel Bunchitz now goes on to the 13th and final lap of the final race.
And Bunchitz just has managed this race perfectly. He basically did what Peter Brett did in the first race. Just kept it clean without any issues. Bauer once again in his form as in the first race. In second place. I'm sure he would like to be first instead, unfortunately. But keeps basically a 5-second gap to Keddy, and yeah, perfectly managed again.
Yeah, so 44 seconds on the timer remains. Simon Bauer has closed that gap. It was at its highest, about 1.8 seconds. A little bit of traction loss earlier on for Bunchitz. That meant that the Austrian would lose probably the best part of about 0.3 of a second. And some great camera shots. Big thank you to the team at SimGrid for the coverage so far in the run-up to the SimRacing Expo. And a big thank you to Dave Perel and his team, including Mike Yao, Steve Proudley and Michael Hamlet. Oh, Peter Brett has got a bit racy on the final lap. He's looking up the inside of John Betton. Betton to the outside. Kieran Sharp is there. Will Brett get the move done? They're side by side, wheel to wheel into the next right-hander. And Betton loses not just one but two positions. But out of the final corner, the last race victory goes to Daniel Brunschitz for the JL Motorsport Old Timers here at race 2. So, Simon Bauer takes second. Third, it's going to be Marco Keddy. Peter Brett is going to round off with a top 4 finish. Kieran Sharp takes 5th. John Betton takes 6th position, which by my reckoning, because Remco Ottens is about to cross the line in 9th place, I think that is going to give FRL more than likely 3rd as the remainder of the field come across the line. Oysters is going to end up staying where he is in 13th position. Victor Devos takes 11th, and there is Carl Van Hoorn in the number 13. We're just waiting for Cody Besselink and also Pranav Kalevala, but there's Van Hoorn across the line. Just 2 more drivers to make their way around this circuit. That was Cody Besselink. But, well, that is day 1 of competition complete. The AZTEC SimSports Community Trophy. I have to say, they are lining me up for an interview, so I'm going to put the other earbud in now. But, I mean, altogether, 2 really, really good races. There wasn't much stagnancy in that. You know, there wasn't many times where we had drivers like expanding gaps. I mean, Brunschitz, like Peter Brett did in the first race there, Nico, did the right job, put it on pole, pulled away, and got the job done.
Yeah, he did basically a flawless race. Everyone still, besides those couple of spins that we had, which is just natural, it's a lot of power. It's no traction control, which for a GT car, basically, despite it being a cup car, it's still a Grand Touring car. It's still very, very unnormal nowadays because most classes do have TC, so it's quite difficult. It's a lot of power for no TC. You have to have a lot of throttle control, and especially with sliding into the marbles, getting the tires heated up once, it's all that stuff. You have to keep it balanced. Really good performance from everyone. Everyone finished. We didn't have any huge accidents or something, so just very good racecraft from everyone, and just glad to see everyone finish.
Yeah, also, Sudkausis did serve the drive-through for track limits. I mean, that's only 2 drivers, and that just shows the caliber of community sim racing. It's alive, it's very much well, and from that perspective, have to give a shout out to Symphony of Pistons, Pistons Esports. Ruled the roost. They won it by a country mile. They'd already amassed a 106-point margin by the end of race 1. I am still waiting to hear whether we are going to be getting an interview. I'm going to be getting an interview with one of the drivers, but we might very soon be going to the victory ceremony. So yeah, we are running a little bit short on time because very soon we've got the official presentation for the ADAC Sim Sports community. So yeah, I'm being told in my ears we're waiting on an interview at the moment. So yeah, that's the thing. It's you try and get people to get in the booth, and it doesn't always quite happen. But I mean, the first day of competition is over, Nico. First of all, what's your thoughts ahead of tomorrow? Because we up the ante another level because we've got the final 2 races. It's round 4 of the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy. We've got 2 teams tied, and they're both Williams Esports teams. They both have the same amount of points, but each team that will be competing tomorrow. So it's just going to be a case. But so what I'm going to do? Let's bring in our final race winner of the ADAC Sim Sports Community Trophy, Daniel Punchitz. Congratulations, pole position, lights out to checkered flag. How are you feeling, my friend? Well done.
I want to say thank you, but I honestly don't understand the word. It's all the sound quality is very low.
Okay. So you took pole position. You led every single lap from lights out to checkered flag. That must be a satisfying feeling, having done that at the final race of the Community Trophy.
Honestly, after the whole series, being second, third all the time, I'm so happy. Finally. That was the perfect race.
I can see that by the smile on your face, and also have to give you kudos for you bringing the A game when it comes to that wonderful beard of yours. How long has that been in the making for?
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry, the sound quality is really terrible.
No, okay. So I could tell by the smile on your face that perfect race, started from pole position, led every single lap, won by a second and a half. But I do have a more pressing question to ask you. That's a pretty damn impressive beard I see in front of me.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, you don't.
Just cuts off always.
Okay.
In the end.
Well, Daniel, congratulations, well done, and great job.
Impressive beard. Well, thank you. I just got someone here telling me what you said. Thank you very much. It's hard work for years.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, impressive beard, and the best beard won the race on the day. But you know what? I think, Nico, first day is done, 1/3 of the action. 2 days still to go. What are your thoughts?
Well, tomorrow is going to be the first one where we get pro drivers in the cars. I actually know, and I've raced a lot of them before. Actually, one of the guys is a very long-time friend of mine. Shout out to Tristan Bollwinkel. And yeah, it's just absolutely fantastic to see all these names here for tomorrow. We're going to be at Silverstone, and one of the oldest racing circuits in the world.
Yeah.
Always great to be there. And I think we're going to be seeing some quite good racing action.
Yep, success ballast for the top 3 based on the previous results. Drop scores taken into consideration, But folks, we have to say a big thank you to everyone that's been watching live on YouTube and also on Twitch. But I think really what I need to start doing now is to hand over to our good friends on the stage. Luke, Matze, it's back over to you for the official ceremony.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Nico. An incredible set of races we've had today. And well, right in front of us, we actually have the trophies as well. Something very unique with a nice suspension, spring, gold, silver, and indeed bronze.
Beautiful, huh? The spring trophies, way more beautiful than the autumn trophy. No, that was not funny at all. Congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to Daniel for the impressive beard. Your beard also very nice. What can I say? This is what the winners are going to take home. Congratulations to JL Motorsport for place number, this one is 3. Then we have P2 for Sim Racing Collective. Congratulations. And place number 1, SOP Esports. Congrats, great racing. That was amazing and fun for the first day.
100%, these trophies will be sent to you, and again, very unique looking trophies. But let's talk about today then. So we've had a really nice day, 2 races.
Yes.
We had some panels up here on stage as well. I got to talk to Suellio Almeida, which is always fun to do so. You had a little chat. I didn't really understand what was going on. It's German.
Oh,
so
the chat was amazing. I really enjoyed it a lot. I was with the Bilstein team and also some other motorsport team, and we got into the topic of sim racing and real racing and what it's going to be in future, and it was really nice. So everybody can look it up on the YouTube stream, I guess, also backwards if they like belatedly. And yes, so I enjoyed that very much. What I also enjoyed was going through all over the fair, because actually, tip for tomorrow, make sure you either come very early or stay very late, because now it's not so much traffic anymore, so you can hop into the SimRigs and enjoy some rounds.
Is that another attempt at a joke there? Traffic at SimRacing Expo.
Wow.
No. You tried again. But that's today done and dusted. We head towards tomorrow now, Saturday. We've got the professional trophy to contend with, as Alex and Nico just alluded to. We also have my personal highlight of the weekend is going to be talking to my mate Tim Heinemann, who's managed to make the trip from Sim to DTM, and yeah, it's been a long life journey for him. It's been a long life dream for him to get into DTM. So yeah, to finally have a chat with him after he's been racing this season, that's going to be fun. What are you up to tomorrow?
To everything. I'm really looking forward to everything. I think we have the influencer meet and greet over here as well. I will not tell any names yet, but tomorrow we will surprise you with some nice influencing guys over here.
So plenty of action coming your way tomorrow. Stream will start at 11 a.m. local time. Thank you to everybody who's helped behind the scenes today. Thank you to Nico, to Alex, to Matze. And from me, we wish you a very good night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow.